College track and field in the Southwestern Athletic Conference lead to right here in Birmingham, Alabama. We're at the Crossplex for the 2024 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championship. Along with former USA Track and Field coach TJ Williams, I'm Mo Carter, and welcome to our coverage for this year's championship. Now, Coach, the last couple of years, we've been in a situation where we had the time trials, and it was a different scenario as far as how we were crowning our champions. But this year, the weather has been okay, and because of that, we will have final heats, and everything should be good to go. So with that being said, how much does it help these student athletes this year?
It really helps a lot. Number one, the fact that this weekend we're here on Saturday and Sunday. Normally we're here on Friday and Saturday. So the athletes are coming from their actually home school here to the Crossplex. So now we have the full weekend. So these athletes can be freely compete as they desire to.
Of course, we've got a lot of track events going on today, 60-meter hurdle, 60-meter dash, 400, 200s, the relays, but then also a lot of field events still going on, including a hammer throw competition right now. Well, weight throw. We indoor, so it's weight throw that's going on. So with that being said, we're hearing this in the background. How exciting are things thus far, and how excited are you to see what we're going to have the rest of the day?
Well, one thing about the SWAC conference, when you come down to the championships, it's more like a homecoming. Everybody is having a chance of fellowship. Athletes are cheering for one another. Mm-hmm. You have actually sprinters who are actually cheering for their field event guys.
Correct.
Normally you don't see it in all conferences, but the SWAC is a very different league.
Okay, and here's another thing too, Coach. Today we have a lot of opportunities to see repeat winners. Jose Gonzalez is one guy from Texas Southern in the long-distance races. Then you have a young lady like Shamia Jones from Alabama State. What sort of impact are they bringing to the track today?
Oh, they're very impact. One thing you're looking at, they're actual leaders. These athletes are producing year after year. Mm-hmm. One thing that's different this year is Alabama State University men, they hadn't scored yet. So that's one thing we're looking at to see how those men actually recover on today.
So zero, no score.
No scores.
Wow. Coach Richie Bean and company, we'll see what type of work they can go ahead and put in today. But it's women, they're in the long haul against their arch rival, Alabama A&M.
Alabama A&M, yes.
Who are 1-2 coming into today. So we definitely have to keep an eye out on that competition and that in-state rivalry that's happening right here in Birmingham. And you're a Birmingham guy, so you know when those two teams come to Birmingham, it's always business.
Oh, it's always business. Speaking of business, look out for Coach Bean. He always produces. So look out for those men, their men team. They will come back. They are last year champions. I expect them to hopefully challenge Texas Southern this year. So we got a good contest on the way.
All right, everyone, we've got a fun-filled day here inside the Birmingham Crossplex for the 2024 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. That's Coach TJ Williams. I'm Mo Carter. Get ready. Some exciting action is happening in the upcoming minutes, and we'll be crowning a lot of champions today. We'll be right back.
Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in clutch moments due to falling hydration levels. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel.
And welcome back to the Birmingham Crossplex, the site of the 2024 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships alongside Coach TJ Williams. I'm Mo Carter, and Coach, we are getting ready to start the running events. Women's 60-meter hurdles. We take a look at it. Lane 1 is Lewis, Lane 2 Davis, Lane 3 Kitchen, Lane 4 McLeod, Lane 5 Tyler Thompson, Lane 6 Simmons, Lane 7 Chevalier, and Lane 8 Smith.
As we get ready for the gun, watch Lane 4 from Florida A&M. Has a great start.
And they are off. Looks like Florida A&M is out in front. The Lady Rattler will take the victory right there, and that is Kimion McLeod from Florida A&M. Unofficial time, 8.41, Coach.
McLeod looked really, really well. I actually saw her earlier warming up in the warm-up area, and she has a very dynamic start, very explosive.
As we take a look at it back right here, She got out the blocks really well, but it wasn't until she got to that first hurdle that she really started taking over this race.
Yes, but her velocity was really developed about that at that first hurdle. Once she cleared the first hurdle, the race was over with.
And then if you can hear in the background, the young ladies from Grambling State University are to our immediate left. They're very excited because their teammates were able to pick up some solid points right behind Miss McLeod. As you see them right there cheering them on. So, of course, that's just one of the many events that we've got going on today here inside the Birmingham Crossplex. And, you know, if you're Florida A&M, you got the early juice with the big victory right there by Miss McLeod.
Yes, FAMU, they actually got 10 points there, but also they had a freshman out in lane 8. She finished pretty well, so she actually scored too.
Coach, you can kind of just talk about like how important it is to literally get off to these good starts on a day that won't be as long as it was last year, meaning that every race is going to count from beginning to end.
Well, one thing about with collegiate sports is very emotional, and the fact that one thing you do want, you definitely want to have a great start.
So here's our official times now. McLeod from Florida A&M, 8.41. Ivory Davis from Grambling coming in at second with a PR of 8.56.
The surprises there was actually Tyler Thompson from Alabama State University. She actually came into the event with a 8.11. She actually had she didn't have the fastest time. She actually came in with a time of 8.55. So, but it was very surprising that she ended up finishing 8th in the event at 9.07.
And you have to think Thompson last year finished in 3rd place.
Exactly.
So you would have thought that she may have had an advantage knowing what it takes to medal in this round. But clearly, last year was last year, and now 2024 is a brand new season.
Brand new season. But it looked like the athlete, she actually struggled on the early hurdles, and at that time she just could not maintain momentum.
Yes, sir. So we'll be heading over to the men's 60-meter hurdles. The final heat will include in lane 1, Devoy Pinnock from Southern University. Now in lane 2, Danye Jarman from Texas Southern. In lane 3, Shakavian Lewis, also from Texas Southern. In lane 4, Vaughn Devine III from Alabama State. We will hear his name a lot. You talk about a versatile student athlete for Alabama State. As I mentioned, we'll hear him and see him a lot today as well.
Quite a bit.
In lane 5, it'll be Arian Knight from Prairie View. In lane 6, Jordan Thompson from Southern University. In lane 7, it'll be Dwight Henry from Arkansas Pine Bluff. And in lane 8, it'll be Eric Barker from Alabama A&M. Here's some stats from last year. Jordan Thompson, who will be in lane 6, he is the defending champ in the 60-meter hurdles. Last year, he ran a 7.93 for the Jaguars. Arian Knight from Prairie View, he finished 6th last year with an 8.30. And as we mentioned, Vaughn Devine last year finished 18th. But you talk about a guy who has made his strides. Like last year, he had a 9.18, Coach. This year, his qualifying time, 8.03.
8.03. And you actually have Vaughn coming in at actually 8.11. But it would be very surprising if we can see someone to get close to that conference record. That conference record is like 7.80.
So we hope to see that coming up. In the meantime, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more from the 2024 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships.
We are exactly what you think. We are not at all what you think. We are past, present, and future, all in one. Because the best way to honor our history is to make history. Build it. Honored to support the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
The SWAC, the premier athletic conference in the nation. A collection of schools rich in tradition, pride, and pedigree. Sacrifice, winning, allegiance, champions. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
And welcome back to the Birmingham Crossplex, the side of the 2024 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championship alongside Coach TJ Williams. I'm Mo Carter, and Coach, we're now getting ready for the men's 60-meter hurdles. And I think the big story today in this event will be, can Southern University's Jordan Thompson defend his crown from last season?
Well, that's what he's coming in with a time of 8:26. So we will see, but looks like this field is going to be highly, highly competitive. The big difference between the men and the women hurdles is the women are actually running 33-inch hurdles and men are running 42-inch hurdles.
And of course, we're all indoors, so I'm always excited about being indoors at this time of the year. So no weather or anything that will really impact what's going on with the student athletes as they try to, run for their best. But yeah, as we mentioned, like Jordan Thompson trying to retain his championship, but I see the likes of Arian Knight and Vaughn Devon III possibly standing in his way to, not defend that crown.
Yeah, Knight come in with a time of 8:15. So, like I say, this will be a very, very competitive final men's hurdles today.
And of course, for the schools they're representing, Vaughn Devon is trying to just get Alabama State some points. Just in general, we talked about that during the pre-show, how Coach Richard Bean and company in unfamiliar territory in which they had 0 points coming into this final day of standing. So Devon has a chance to at least get them on the board, while somebody like Thompson has a chance to kind of push Southern from out the middle closer to the top. So I guess we'll see in just a few moments.
Yes, this will be really key for Alabama State to actually start that momentum heading toward the top. This race will really be key for the entire squad at Alabama State University.
All right, so as you take a look, the runners will be running from left to right on your television screen. We thank you for joining us right here on the SWAC Digital Network. And we have a full start. And I think initially, Coach, that may have been Thompson.
Well, the officials are looking. It looked like it was one of the outside lanes in lane 6. And that athlete is Thompson.
Yes, it is. Let's take a look at it once again. Yeah, Thompson just came out of his blocks early. I don't know if that was more of just a nervousness or, some nerves, but with him now being out of the competition, there will be a new men's 60-meter hurdle champion.
So this really helps out Alabama State University, see if they can make their move.
Tough break, though, for sure, for Mr. Thompson, who was trying to go back-to-back. All right, so the runners are now in their block, getting ready. And we'll find out who will be the new champion in this event. And they are off. Coming out the block, the other Southern University runner fell for Alabama State. Devon is there, but it's going to be Prairie View coming through with the victory right there. That is Arian Knight from Prairie View. 8:09.
8:09.
Vaughn Devon III coming in second. Dwight Henry coming in third. So congratulations to Arian Knight from Prairie View. He is your 2024 SWAC men's 60-meter hurdles champion.
Knight really closed the last 30 meters. As you saw, Vaughn Devon, he really got out early. But the athlete from Prairie View sustained through the hurdles and finished strongly.
Midway through the run, you could really tell when Knight was taking over of this. He gets the kick up over the hurdle, and then really once he gets that kick up, he's able to separate himself from Vaughn Devon III. See, Devon right there, he's up. But right here is where Knight actually starts taking it over, and he takes it all the way to the finish line.
One thing about with Knight, he really had a good start. You may say a good start, but he wasn't in the lead. But however, he was very in control of his race.
Correct. And speaking of the race, here's something else that was very interesting. Devon Pinnock, who was in lane 1, he hits the first hurdle for Southern University, and he was automatically just out of the race. You have to also give props to the young man who was in the second lane. That was Danye Jorman, for understanding that that young man fell into his lane, so he had to jump over him.
Correct.
A lot of things going on in that 60 meters, Coach.
Well, congratulations to Knight from Prairie View, as well as Vaughn from Alabama State. So Alabama State did pick up 8 points.
Here's your top 6. Arian Knight from Prairie View is your champion, 8:09. Vaughn Devon III from Alabama State, 8:22. Dwight Henry from Arkansas Pine Bluff, 8:27. Shakamian Lewis with an 8:32. That's a PR. Eric Barker from Alabama A&M with an 8:37. He's in 5th place. And Danye Jarman from Texas Southern with an 8:55. As we mentioned, Devon Pinnock, he did not finish the race, and Jordan Thompson was disqualified due to a false start.
Wow.
So as they prepare the straightaway for our next event, which will be the women's 60-meter dash, we're taking a look at some of the other events that are going on here inside of the Birmingham Crossplex, including pole vault. And if you remember last year, Coach.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, pole vault really took center stage.
Well, but this year we actually are finishing up with the women's pole vault this year. Well, last year we did have the men. One thing about the men's last year was very competitive. So that caused the event to be so prolonged. But however, we'll see how the women will actually produce today.
Yes, sir. And for those who just need a trip back down memory lane, the big thing was Jackson State had 2 guys who finished in the top 3 in the weight throw, which caused Alabama State to need at least a top 3 finish in the pole vault last year. And there was an Alabama State and Texas Southern guy that were going back and forth for those top 3 positions. And they would miss, they would make, they would miss, they would make. And just when Coach and I thought it was all over, there's still a young man from Bethune-Cookman who had to still complete all of his runs and tasks with the pole vault. And, I mean, clearly, he was by far one of the best pole vaulters in the nation at that.
And also, speaking of pole vault, right now on the track, we see the men's heptathlon pole vault is finishing up. After this event with the pole vault, then those men will be competing in their last event, which would be the 1,000-meter run.
And, of course, the young men who participate in the heptathlon, those are your real athletes. They do everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, the world does label a decathlete as the world's greatest athlete.
Yes, sir. Especially when you think about it, these young men are literally going from pole vault to a 1,000 to end.
Exactly.
For somebody from the outside looking in, you're kind of like, why did you sign up for this? But clearly, Hey, these student athletes are on scholarship here, trying to make some things happen, not only for themselves personally, but also for their respective schools in the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
In conferences like the SWAC, MEAC, the industry in the pole vault in these skill events. So if you're a young athlete out there and you want to earn a scholarship and you're got really good body strength, and most important, you're actually fast, pole vault is not a bad idea to try to tackle.
Absolutely. And hey, it's just like how it is when it comes to being drafted from the pros. If a college recruiter can find a way to find you, they're going to find you and then teach you and train you and try to get you to the next levels of championships.
And these young athletes in these skill events are very, very important. It's really important for these conference championships. They're those athletes that get those quiet points.
Absolutely. Coming up in a matter of about 3 minutes, we will have the final heat for the women's 60-meter dash. Last year's winner, Southern University's Trinity Bolden, who is back to defend her crown. And I'm sure Bolden just saw what happened to her teammate, Jordan Thompson from Southern University. So I know for sure she's not trying to repeat in that in any way, shape, or form. Now, I would look at not only with Trinity Bolden, keep an eye on her, but also let's keep an eye out on Asia Harris for – I had a brain for a second from
right.
Prairie View.
Yes, Prairie View.
Yes, I'm keeping a lookout on her as well, primarily because last year she finished 4th in this event with a 7.60. But running down the lane assignments for the women's 60-meter finals. In lane 1, Darnisha Likes from Prairie View A&M. In lane 2, Victoria Smith from Alabama A&M. In lane 3, Tiana Brown from Florida A&M, who we're going to talk about in just a second. In lane 4, Nia Blocker from Florida A&M. Lane 5, Harris from Prairie View. She used this thing called the transfer portal.
Yes.
Went to LSU. And, competed in the SEC and decided that she wanted to have more HBCU love. So she comes back over, and now she's at Florida A&M.
And let's look at for Florida A&M in the middle of the track. They have a freshman by the name of Nia Blocker. She comes in with the fastest time at 7:42. But however, next to her teammate, Brown, she is a competitor. You can look for Brown to probably close this race in, but also, you have Asia Harris from Prairie View.
So Brown, Harris, and Bolden are the young ladies we'll keep an eye out on in this stretch. The runners are getting set in their blocks. The gun is getting ready to go up. And we are off. Trinity Bolden appears to be out in front, but the Florida A&M duo out there, and let's see, unofficially they're giving it to Tiana Brown at 7.39, followed by Nia Blocker at 7.42.
Not that far off the conference record, as we know that Brown would definitely produce. But the freshman really had a great start. She really had a great start. But Brown was a little bit more patient. And she was really patient in her acceleration zone, but she came out and with her top end, she was able to actually complete the race. One thing I like what Brown didn't do, she didn't try to dip at the line. She continued to maintain her mechanics, and she actually sprinted through the line.
All right, we got the official times now. Tiana Brown is your winner from Florida A&M. She picks up another gold medal over her collegiate career here in the SWAC with 7.39. Nia Blocker, her teammate, 7.42. Trinity Bolden, last year's champion, will get the bronze medal at 7.46. Asia Harris from Prairie View coming through also with 7.46. Rory Lowe in 5th from Florida A&M with a PR of 7.56. And Rashanique Tyler Thompson with a 7.58.
Yeah, Bolden really looked really good. She was really patient to get up to her top end speed.
Absolutely, Coach. So as you take a look, Bolden out in lane 7. She's got the upper hand early on. But then as you look over to her right, it's Brown who eventually just squeaks her way across the finish line to get that victory, Coach.
Exactly. You can actually see the freshman. She was really out there competing. She was competing so well she almost ran in her teammate's lane. So she actually didn't get the chance to run in a straight line. If she would have run in a straight line, she probably would have won the race. So that's one thing about coaches always teach their athletes: win your lane. Win your lane. Don't worry about what's going on the other lane.
Yes, sir. So with that being said, it's time to take another break. We'll be right back with more from the SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. And we're back. Time for the men's 60-meter dash finals here at the SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championship alongside Coach T.J. Williams. I'm Mo Carter. And, Coach, we're getting ready to crown a new champion as last year's champion, Jermaine Digers from Bethune-Cookman, has moved on. But the guy who was the runner-up last year, Dejon Clark from FAMU, he ran a 6.69 last season.
Well, I'm looking for Jamarian Stubbs from Alabama State that come through for state. As you see, Alabama State are at the point where they really need the points. So this 60-meter dash is going to be really key for Alabama State, opportunity to at least have that chance to win a championship.
In lane 1, Sylvester from Arkansas Pine Bluff, Coleman from lane 2 for Jackson State, Brown from Grambling in lane 3, Stubbs from Alabama State in lane 4, Clark in lane 5 from Florida A&M, Lewis from Texas Southern in lane 6, Huddleston from Jackson State in lane 7, and Trainer in lane 8 for Alabama State. The gun is up, and we are off, and they are off to a truly fast start. Looks like FAMU's Clark out in front, but he is taken over by Jamarian Stubbs, and Stubbs will take home the 60-meter dash championship.
I say that was a race between acceleration versus top end speed. At that point, top end speed came out on top.
Jamarian Stubbs, 6.67, a crossplex record. He is your champion, followed by Dejon Clark from Florida A&M. He goes back-to-back years with the silver medal with 6.71. Jared Sylvester, 6'8", from Arkansas Pine Bluff in third place. Dante Brown from Grambling, 6'8", a PR. In fourth place, Lewis from Texas Southern, a 6'8" in fifth place.
Yeah, looking at that race, I actually thought all of the competitors should have been a little bit more patient in their acceleration zone. Those guys, they were really busy competing, but if they just would have just maintained their drive phase a little bit longer, we probably would have had a time under 6:60 today.
And once again, as we saw, Clark got out to a very good start, but Stubbs just shows that I'm going to catch you speed in the end.
Exactly. He made one of those, Noah Lyles moves today.
Correct. I was thinking exactly that, Coach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As you can see, you can see where that athlete was applying a lot more force upon the track than all the other athletes as they close for the last 10 meters.
So, as we mentioned, Jamarian Stubbs is your champion. He just set a crossplex record at 6.67 for Alabama State. And as we mentioned during the pre-show, Alabama State needs all the points they can get today. Coach Richie Bean and company trying to get back to the top of the mountain, and getting a victory today from Jamarian Stubbs definitely helps them go a long way.
Oh yeah, they'll at least be at least over 20 points right now. So that's actually great for the Hornets of Alabama State University.
And let's take a look right now. Men's heptathlon pole vault. And that's a nice clearance right there by the student athlete from Jackson State.
That's Vincent Wilson for the Tigers. He's actually leading the pole vault competition right now with a height of 13 feet 5 1/4 of an inch.
Coach, I still can't get that 60-meter dash race off my mind with Stubbs and Clark. I mean, they were neck and neck, let alone we mentioned that Stubbs set a crossplex record. Clark technically set one too, but then Stubbs' time was just a little bit better.
Yeah, Clark had a really good start. He really had a good start. I just thought maybe he could have probably maintained his acceleration zone a little bit longer. But as you see, these guys are competing for a championship, and as that competitiveness in them, they had that knack to compete against one another. Instead of just taking care of my responsibility for my lane, take care of my lane and myself only, and execute all of my phases. And so really, he really just kind of came out a little bit too quick out of that zone.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure competition for those two will definitely roll on into the outdoor season as well, because those two guys are definitely going to see a lot of each other.
Oh, yes.
So as we look right now, we've got the nice split screen, women's triple jump on the left, men's heptathlon pole vault on the right. So those are taking center stage as they prepare the track for the women's mile run, which will be coming up.
We just had a scratch here for the women's triple jump there. That was Savoria Anderson from Prairie View. And on the triple jump, we have Tyra Coleman.
Sir, as I maneuver my iPad to get to these different spots. Women's triple jump right now. Up next will be Najini Moranci from Jackson State. You see her right there on the left of your screen, Coach. And on deck right behind her will be Tyra Coleman from Prairie View. Here's Moranci. Clean jump.
Nice jump, nice jump. It's a little flat on that second phase, but overall it's a pretty nice jump.
And on the right of our screen, we also have the men's heptathlon pole vault. But what Coach was about to point out something for triple jump. What you got, Coach?
This looks like an athlete from Alabama State that's actually preparing to jump. That's Yasmin Grace.
Yes, sir. You know, technology was just lagging just a tad bit.
Oh, yes.
So Newman on your right with the pole vault, and oh, he just missed it. On the left, here comes Yasmin Grace.
Not bad of a jump.
What do you think about her takeoff, Coach Williams?
Looked like she was really like flat in that acceleration zone. One thing about with the triple jump, it is a momentum event. But however, with that momentum, you do need that horizontal force coming down the runway. And looks like her first three steps, she just kind of failed to establish that horizontal momentum. She had a flat foot. And one thing with a jumper, you want to find yourself actually rolling off of the ball of the foot. That allows the shin to be in a very accelerated position.
And Marissa Tell from Grambling could not complete her jump just now.
And she actually collapsed at the knee.
Coming up next will be a representative from Southern University. This will be Sonia Lathan. So here comes Lathan. Oh, and she gets caught up as well.
And she had a little bit too much turnover, was too frequent, around about like 30 meters down the runway, and she couldn't make that adjustment for that actually hop phase.
Coming up next will be her teammate, and this will be Yaria Bass. During my collegiate years, I went to school with a number of students at Southern University whose last name was Bass, so I'm almost certain they're probably connected in one way or another.
Nice jump.
Fair jump for Miss Bass from Southern University, Lady Jags. Right now, Southern University in 5th place in the overall standings with 30 points. They trail Florida A&M, who's on top with 55. Prairie View with 37 in 2nd place. Alabama State in 3rd place with 32. Alabama A&M in 4th place with 31. Southern, as we mentioned, with 30. Grambling in 6th place with 28, followed by Arkansas Pine Bluff, Jackson State, Alcorn, and Bethune-Cookman.
Oh, nice jump. She fell backwards.
That was Azariah Foster, also from Southern University.
And right now she's actually standing at 3rd with a jump of 39 feet and 7 1/4 of an inch, which is rounds off to 12.06 meters.
And look at that amazing attempt completed right there by Tyree Newman of Texas Southern, who's competing in the men's heptathlon pole vault.
So right now that actually ties him for the lead right now.
Yes. He's just full of emotion coming down too, Coach, and I don't blame him for being as excited as he was once he cleared that. And the thing is, it's like as soon as he cleared it, you could tell he still had about a good 6-7 inches he could have actually gone higher over with that.
And so we have Mr. Ashley Wilson coming up, Vincent Wilson from Jackson State. Or is that, yeah, that's Wilson. That's Ashley will be the next vaulter.
It's funny, you have a Wilson on both of your screens because Texas Southern's Alexis Wilson just was competing with the triple jump. Now you're over to Savoria Anderson of Prairie View, who's actually the leader in the women's triple jump as we speak. Her best jump today so far, 40 feet, 10 inches.
That was a nice jump. That's why it's not one of her better jumps. As you saw on the runway, she looked very unsure. She looked as if she was keeping herself from not scratching on the event.
Yes, sir. So coming up next will be Sephoria Anderson for, well, no, she just finished for Prairie View. Tyra Coleman coming up next for Prairie View, her teammate. And they are handing out the medals now for the men's 60-meter hurdles. Arian Knight receiving his gold medal to our right. Doing a little dance too. All right, Coach. So we're getting ready now for the women's mile run. The first of those endurance type runs as we talk about.
Yes, sir. those quiet points.
All right, and shout out to our production crew for getting those great shots there.
Awesome shots today, awesome.
So we've got 11 competitors in this. Maya Clark from Prairie View, Nia Coleman from Florida A&M, Christina Fitzpatrick from Prairie View, Malefo from Mississippi Valley State, Taisha Benjamin from Alabama State, Kaylin Jackson from Jackson State, Shamia Jones, keep an eye out on that name right there, from Alabama State, Abigail Pinnock from University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, Rebecca Bornadin from Alabama State, Chris Ann Plummer from Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Teresa Gallegos from Alcorn State. As I mentioned, you want to keep an eye out on Shamia Jones from Alabama State, the 2023 champion, 5:05.95 last year. Rebecca Barnadin, also from Alabama State, 5:19.33. She finished 5th last season in this same championship.
Yeah, we really have to watch Alabama State, especially Samaya Jones. And she's a senior, so I do believe when her career is over at Alabama State, she will be a member of the Hall of Fame. She has produced year after year after year multiple events.
Yes, sir. Plus, I'll say this too, Coach. Another young lady that's wearing black and gold, Chris Ann Plummer, I think is going to be a runner that will be giving Shamia Jones and Barnadin a run for their medals today.
Yes.
Don't want to say run for money because of NIL and things of that nature, so I'm going to say a run for the medal.
Yes, and Plummer comes in at a time of 5:22.37, so it's really very competitive.
And we are off with the women's mile run. Coach, for those who are not familiar with indoor, how many times are we going to see these young ladies run this track?
Well, the track, it is a 200-meter track. So you have, and the athletes are actually running 1,600 meters. So they will be traveling around the track for 8 times. One thing what you want to do in these events, you do want to always attack going into the turns and also out of the turns.
And it's funny, Coach Williams breaks that down, and then all of a sudden the home PA announcer gives that same explanation.
Exactly.
Hey, we said it first, everyone. So you heard it first here on the SWAC Digital Network.
Yes, and so as you see Jones, she's on target. And as a distance runner, you do want to run what you call negative splits. So every 200, the athlete wants to run faster. How do you run faster? You don't actually run faster on effort, but you actually make those moves by your mechanics. Have you attacked the turns?
Currently right now, Shamia Jones in first place. Chris Ann Plummer from Arkansas Pine Bluff in second. Naya Coleman was in third. She's fell to 4th. So right now the third place is Abigail Pinnock. So Jones with the good pace out in front. Of course, this race is taking place on your top left-hand screen. We still have the men's heptathlon pole vault going on in your top right, and the women's triple jump going on in your bottom center portion of the screen.
And right now at the men's pole vault, that is the heptathlon pole vault, you have Vincent Wilson, who's actually leading the competition with 4.20 right now meters.
And Wilson clears it.
He clears. That is 4.30.
Vincent Wilson from Jackson State, as you mentioned, 4.3 meters. So the pressure's now on for Tyree Newman from Texas Southern.
But right now, the women's mile is really, really competitive. Jones is actually she's actually leading the competition still.
Absolutely. Yes, Jones still out in front. Jones still out in front. Chris Ann Plummer right behind her.
Behind her.
And in the meantime, We did have a young lady from Mississippi Valley State who is going down with an injury. That's what we'll say right now, as EMS is actually tending to her. So we definitely want to keep her in your prayers. We want to keep her in your prayers right now, everyone, as our race competition continues on.
As these two runners, they continue to compete. Right now, it's a two-woman race right now for first place.
Absolutely, Shamia Jones and Chris Ann Plummer. Gallegos from Alcorn State also trying to keep the pace for a medal. She's currently in third, but right on her heels is Pinnock from Arkansas Pine Bluff.
There's one thing about Pinnock, she's behind Jones here, and Jones is nice and tall running, whereas her counterpart kind of tilts her hard into the turn. That actually helps her keep momentum.
And there's the bell, Coach.
And as you see how the second place athlete, she tilts into that turn to keep that positive momentum. But this is the close. We have 180 meters to go.
4:48 is the time right now. Shamia Jones still holding on to that top spot, but Plummer is right there on her tail.
With the speed, getting ready to wake up.
Jones starting to show that sprinter speed now. Here comes Jones. Jones is going to run this thing out, and Jones is going to repeat as the champion. Chris Ann Plummer coming through as the silver medalist, and right behind her will be Abigail Pinnock from Arkansas Pine Bluff.
And Jones finished with a time of 5:12.42, and Plummer is right behind her at 5:15.26.
5:15.26 officially, which is a PR for the Arkansas Pine Bluff standout. Abigail Pinnock also going 5:19.45. She was able to get a PR today. Rounding out the top six, Christina Fitzpatrick from Prairie View, 5:24.35, a PR, and Nia Coleman also getting a PR from Florida A&M with 5:29.53. As we mentioned during the race, everyone, we do have a student athlete who's down. We'll give you an update when we return right here from the SWAC championships.
We are exactly what you think.
And welcome back to the 2024 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships alongside Coach TJ Williams. I'm Mo Carter, and we're getting ready for the men's mile run. Last year's champion was Texas Southern's Jose Gonzalez with 4:13.93. He's back to try to get another gold medal, Coach.
Oh, yeah, and he comes in. Actually, he has the fastest time in the conference at 4 minutes and 11.73. But also, we have a newcomer that may be a challenge, and that is Eric Brandon from Alabama A&M, who's a sophomore. He's that mystery man, so we'll see how this race comes out.
Correct, Coach. Brandon finished 9th last year in this same competition. So Jose Gonzalez already out to build his lead, and that's what he does.
Yes.
He literally has that catch me if you can attitude. And one thing I remember last year is that not only did he build the big leads, but then when it seemed like the competition was even trying to get close to him, he's got some sort of sprinter speed as well.
And that's the difference between indoors and actually outdoors. Indoors, if you have that mentality of actually chasing, then you can be very, very, very good indoors. Also, if you have the mindset of you want to run away from everyone, you're also at an advantage. So this will be a really good test between these two athletes here. I think the guy from Alabama A&M, Brandon, I think he's going to do really well right now. But as you see, Jose is really attacking the turns. He's taking control of this race.
And all right, so as we continue to keep an eye out on Jose Gonzalez leading the way, we also want to direct your attention back over to the heptathlon men's pole vault. Tyree Newman picking up some points here as we take a look, Coach. Check him out clearing that bar with ease.
With ease. But this pole vault and for the heptathlon has been very competitive.
So you have a Texas Southern guy, really bringing the Tiger faithful to their feet, while another Texas Southern runner is doing the same on the track.
Jose is not taking any prisoners today. He's continuing to run his negative splits. He's continuing to actually attack the turn and actually attacking coming off the turns. So really, it's more so a race for second. Yes, it's definitely a race for second, but you can see the big difference between his turnover and all of his competitors. He has a lot of air time in between, lots of air time. His heel height is really, really high, which is really good. As you know, gravity pulls every athlete to the ground. So he's running a race right now with a lot less gravitation to pull than all his competitors.
So the race for second right now is between Bryce Campbell of Southern University, Eric Brandon from Alabama A&M, and Malcolm Brown of Bethune-Cookman.
And right now we have an athlete from Alabama State that's actually holding second place right now. So right now, I guess he's that athlete from Alabama State who's actually holding the earth on his shoulders right now.
That Alabama State student athlete is John Coulter, sophomore. Here's Gonzalez. Gonzalez got very, very close last year to setting SWAC records in multiple races. I don't know if maybe, that monkey got on the back a little bit late or that big bear got on him, but he looks determined to try to do something.
He looks good today. He looks awesome today. He's continuing to attack the turns.
Here comes Jose Gonzalez, and it's almost time to ring that bell, Coach.
Oh, yes. One thing you always got to remember when it comes down to track, speed is everything. Whether it's a distance event or a sprint, speed means everything.
Now Gonzalez does have a record in this. Can he beat 4:13.93? Getting ready to come down the straightaway, Coach. Oh, I don't know if he's going to get there.
I'll give him about 4:15, 4:16.
And congratulations to Jose Gonzalez with the victory. So here's the race for second now. Here comes Coulter. And Coulter is going to get second. Coming in third for Jackson State will be Bernaje Jackson, who also set a PR with 4:28.78. Jotham Asmaran from Prairie View, he's in fourth place with 4:30.97. Malcolm Brown from Bethune-Cookman, 4:31.31 in fifth. And Thierry Garçon from Prairie View, 4:31.75.
That's one thing about that mile run. You see the results at the end of the competition. As you see, all the athletes are laid off across the track.
And once again, congratulations to Jose Gonzalez taking home another SWAC championship in the men's mile run. 4:18.06 was his official run. Now, Coach, here's something very, very interesting. I mean, look at the rest of the field. Your second place, third place, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh place guys all had PRs.
All PRs, wonderful. Well, Jose was the rabbit today.
Correct. Yeah, Jose definitely appeared to be the rabbit there.
He's a rabbit today.
So in the meantime, let's go back over to the heptathlon with the men's pole vault. Vincent Wilson. We're taking a look here as they prepare for the track with the women's 400-meter dash, which will be coming up in just a few moments. But we want to shift our attention back over to Mr. Wilson. Wilson had a lead of 4.3 meters as far as the best height, but now Newman has caught up with them at that same height. So now the pressure is on for Wilson to try to establish himself on the next level and trying to earn Jackson State some points, Coach.
Yes, so he's right now he's going to attempt 4.40 meters.
And he was not able to clear that. So that was his second attempt, Coach. That was his second attempt. So 4.3 meters comes out to about 14 feet and 1/4 inch.
In second place with a time 8:56 from Grambling, Ivory Davis.
To our immediate right, they are handing out medals for the women's 60-meter dash.
How about a big clap, ladies and gentlemen? Big Lloyd, your champion.
So congratulations to them once again. Excuse me, the women's 60-meter hurdles.
Women's 60-meter hurdles is being awarded right now.
Yes, so McLeod coming through with the gold medal for the Lady Rattlers. So she helps them strike, and strike again today.
Please report to the award stand.
And there's a look at the young ladies once again. Congratulations to all. And here's our triple box as we take a look at the award stand to your top left. In your top right-hand corner, the men's heptathlon with the pole vault as we see Tyree Newman getting ready for his next flight. And down in the bottom center, we've got a little shot put action going on as they're just getting underway with that, Coach.
Oh, yeah, the love the shot put. Right here you have an athlete who's actually is a spinner. So, you know, you have your two techniques. You have your glide and you have your spin.
Here comes Newman. Oh, couldn't get those legs up over it.
Our competitors receive 731 points. Again, we are getting ready for the men's triple jump. And it is loaded. They scheduled 2 flights. And quickly, a few names to highlight. Xavier Clark, Alabama State, 7th in the competition in 2021. Elijah Jordan of Texas Southern.
All right, and we continue to take a look at the shot put. We got multiple angles now, Coach.
Multiple angles, and that was Madison Williams from Mississippi Valley. She actually fouled on that throw.
Joshua Graham, Alabama A&M, comes in ranked number 75 in the nation. Cedric Williams of Texas Southern, third in the competition last year. He was also third in 2022. He was also third in 2022.
So for the shot put right now, we're taking a look at Jael Dunn from Southern University. Dunn is on your right, throwing the shot put. As we take a look also at Vincent Williamson from Jackson State. You know, last year, Coach, we had a very, very intense pole vault competition just in the regular competition.
Exactly.
And it's starting to do the same thing here in the heptathlon. And you got to remember, these young men still have to run a 1,000 after that.
1,000. Well, at least the guys who are not jumping right now, they have more time to actually recover.
Correct. So, yes, you got Tigers versus Tigers for the top spot.
You know, we just had Destiny Lathan from
Alcorn State.
That athlete. Yes.
And in just a few moments, we will have the top finishers be awarded their medal in the 60-meter dash. We'll take a look at that coming up as Wilson goes up, and he could not elevate high enough. All right, and now we're getting ready for the women's 400-meter dash, Coach. 2 times around the track. It's coming up for these young ladies. Last year's champion, I would love to at least point that out, was Amanda St. Louis from Bethune-Cookman. This year, some names we want to take a look at. Bailey George from Texas Southern. She was 21st last season. And Shania Simon from Southern University. She was 13th with 15:02.
Yeah, we actually have two. We have 2 laps, and we also have 2 heats. So first we have the first of 2 heats. And the top qualifier for the first heat is actually Tatiana Martinez from Florida A&M University with a time of 56:31.
Followed by Jaya Clayton, who's in lane 6 from Jackson State with a 57:23.
Correct.
As we mentioned, Bailey George from Texas Southern. She's a sophomore, qualified with 57:59. And Kayla Ford will be on the inside lane, lane 3, qualifying with a 58:41. She's a junior.
And as you see with the 400 meters, you notice that the runner in lane 6 and lane 5 are the 2 athletes that are on the top of the track. They have a very good advantage over lanes 2 and actually 3. 2 and 3 actually has to run a more tighter turn, whereas in lane 5 and 6, you're actually, during the acceleration zone, they're actually running downhill. The only disadvantage is when they approach their first turn, they will actually have to sprint uphill.
And as you were talking about the 400-meter, Tyree Newman not able to clear his latest height.
I think that was his third try at that height.
Yes, sir. That was his third try at that height. Wilson should be coming up on his third as well. So back to the track now. We're getting ready for the 400-meter dash. The event I ran in high school. Definitely loved it.
Better known as the Man Maker event.
I always looked at it like this. It is the ultimate long-distance sprint.
Oh, yeah.
And for people always wondering, I enjoy running in the inside lane so I can see everybody in front of me knowing that what I had to run in front.
Yes.
Now, when I saw somebody coming off my left, I'm like, oh. And they're going to let them reset out of the blocks.
And just like you said earlier, your athletes that are on the top of the lane 6 and 5, they actually have an advantage. The greatest advantage is actually lane 6. But however, lane 5 gives you more of a more mental advantage because of the fact you can actually see your competition on your right-hand side.
Correct. And also with 400 on the indoor, after first lane, everybody breaks off to that middle lane. To the interior lane. I'll admit the first time I ever ran inside indoor track, I was not informed about that.
Okay.
And I just saw everybody doing it. I'm like, well, let me run behind him.
Exactly. And you're actually breaking over downhill.
And the gun is off, and here are our runners going out.
And so like now the athlete has to prepare themselves mechanically to attack the turn uphill. And right now the advantage is for the young lady from Florida A&M University.
Yeah, that's Martinez. She appears to have the upper hand. So when they break for lane 1, it's Martinez out in front. But right on her tracks is Bailey George and Jaya Clayton. Martinez still out in front, but can she hold him off, Coach?
I think she'll hold him off pretty well. She's going to the turn. She's attacking the turn. Mechanically, she looks well. You see her face. She's very, very relaxed. So she's be able to close at ease.
Martinez extending her lead. Clayton will not catch her, and it'll be Martinez, Tatiana Martinez, coming through with the victory in the heat with 55-61 as your time. Right behind her, Jaya Clayton from Jackson State, 56-73. Bailey George from Texas Southern coming through with 56-90, and Kaylee Ford rounding it out with 58-23.
So we'll actually see how that 55-61 ranks her after this second heat. But as you see, looking at the replay, you can see where she actually came off the turn very, very relaxed. She did kind of tighten up at the end, but however, overall, she was pretty relaxed.
Jaya Clayton from Jackson State and Kayla Ford also coming through with PRs today. So congratulations to them on that one as we get ready for the second heat. In lane 3, it'll be Rory Lowe from Florida A&M, qualifying time of 55-56. In lane 4, Shawnee Simon from Southern University, 57-97. Last season, Simon was 13th in this event. Quincy Penn is in lane 5 from Alabama State. She's a freshman, qualified with a time of 55-69. And in lane 6, it'll be Shelby Brooks from Texas Southern, qualified with a time of 55-78.
I'm really interested to see how Penn actually competes here on the Birmingham boards, as we should call it. She is a freshman. She's coming in with the fastest time at 55-52.
So the time to beat will be 55-61. By Tatiana Martinez of Florida A&M. Now, similar to last year, this race actually makes you run against the clock because of the heats. Of course, last year, everything was a time trial due to the fact that we had to basically crown a lot of champions in one day of competition.
Yeah, so I really think on this heat here, we should see maybe 55-1. I think it would be that competitive. I think Brooks will really put a lot of pressure on Penn, but we'll see at the start of this gun.
Young ladies are in their blocks. And we are off. Second heat of the women's indoor 400-meter dash. And out in front early is Shelby Brooks, but Quincy Penn is running her down, Coach.
Yeah, she's really strong as she's attacking this turn. And let's see how they actually come down the hill once they make the break. Indoors, you do want to have control at the first lap.
It's Penn and Brooks going 1 and 2, followed by Rory Lowe of Florida A&M at 3. Shawnee Simon in at 4.
And her 200 split was actually at 25-2.
On the backstretch right now, it continues to be Penn and Brooks. Penn with the lead. Can Brooks catch her? Quincy Penn is going to get the victory, followed by Shelby Brooks. Afterwards, Rory Lowe in third, and Shawnee Simon coming through in fourth. Now, they just announced it, a new SWAC record by Quincy Penn, 53-6-0. Congratulations to that Lady Hornet.
She took control early, and she stayed on point. Great run, great run.
Quincy Penn of Alabama State not only winning the gold medal, but setting a SWAC record.
It's a proud coach there.
Absolutely, and she is being hugged by her head coach, Coach Bean.
So her name is in the SWAC record books right now.
Absolutely. Let's take a look back at Quincy Penn. I mean, for a second right here, Coach, I'm looking at this curve, and I'm like, Brooks has a chance, but then Penn just puts in that last second afterburner.
Yes, one thing about Penn, she had all of her energy down through her hips. It was really great. And that was the difference between these two runners here. As you see Penn, as she approached the turn, she had all of her forces, all her momentum through her hips.
Absolutely. So here's your top 6. Quincy Penn is your champion, and she sets a SWAC record in the process, 53-6-0. Shelby Brooks is the runner-up, 54-52, which is also a PR for her. Tatiana Martinez from Florida A&M, 55-6-1. She won the earlier heat. Rory Lowe, her teammate, comes in at 4th, 55-6-9. Jaya Clayton, 56-73, also a PR. And Bailey George in 6th place from Texas Southern, 56-9-0. Congratulations to all of those young ladies. And once again, congratulations to Quincy Penn, who is not only a champion, but she is a SWAC indoor record holder.
And as you see, Alabama State continues in the men as well as women's competitors. They're really coming to that striking point of first or second. The men are actually in striking distance for second right now. The women are striking distance actually for first.
All right, so we're getting ready to move over to the men's 400-meter dash. Some notable names in today's race. Josh Knox from Alabama State. He is the reigning champion. Last year he won with a time of 48.50. The runner-up was Kendrick Winfield from Florida A&M. He finished second. Also, Will Shelton from Florida A&M. He finished 19th in this competition. So in the first heat, it'll be Muhammad Samora from Arkansas Pine Bluff in lane 3, Vaughn Devon III from Alabama State in lane 4, Josh Knox in lane 5, and Kendrick Winfield in lane 6, Coach.
All right, and right now I do have a little prejudice right there for this event because one of the young kids I trained since he was 10 years old is actually competing in the second heat.
Okay.
I'm not going to say his name.
All right, we'll get there, Coach. We will get there.
Yes, sir.
A lot of fun times so far in this year's SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. A lot of good things going on. And the competition just continues.
So right now we have the men's first heat, and that heat leader right now is Josh Knox from Alabama State University at a time of 48.50. He also has a teammate in this heat as well as our man, Vaughn Devon.
Correct.
At 48.89.
And last year, don't forget, Josh Knox won this event with a time of 47.72. Gun is up, and we are off. Kendrick Winfield trying to get out in front of the pack, but Josh Knox is trying to run him down. It's Winfield and it's Knox. And it's Knox that takes the initial lead. But Winfield's right there, Coach.
Right there with them. Winfield takes control right now as they are approaching this last turn.
Winfield from the Rattlers, still out in front. Winfield starting to pull away. Winfield will win this heat, followed by Knox. In third place for the heat will be Muhammad Samor from Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Vaughn Devon III coming through in fourth in this heat. Your times: Kendrick Winfield, 47.74, a PR today. Josh Knox, 48.20. Muhammad Samori, 48.46. Vaughn Devon III, 48.79.
So the time to beat is 47.74.
No pressure. No pressure.
Oh, boy. Well, here we go for the second heat here. Our fastest qualifier coming in would be actually Derek from Prairie View at 48.11. Right next to him is William Shelton from Florida A&M at 48.49. Better known as TJ.
So he's in lane 6. Christian Derrick from Prairie View in lane 5. Ross Walron from Arkansas Pine Bluff, a sophomore, is in lane 4. And Jordan Pierre, his teammate, in lane 3.
And as we see William Shelton in lane 6, he's not a stranger here in the boards. He actually grew up running the boards. He's also a former quarterback for A.H. Parker High School here in Birmingham, Alabama. So he is competing here at home.
And I'm sure he's got a family member or two somewhere around here. Probably had some family come visit him at the team hotel.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, and then you will probably hear his mother in the stands once the race starts.
Yes, sir. So once again, the time to beat will be 47.74 in the men's 400-meter dash for indoor track and field here inside the Birmingham Crossplex. Of course, the city of Birmingham and the Southwestern Athletic Conference have a very, very, very strong relationship. The brand new conference office is located here, along with various other events that the SWAC puts on throughout the year, including the Magic City Classic between Alabama State and Alabama A&M. Basketball has been played here between those two teams. And speaking of basketball, the SWAC men's basketball tournament and women's tournament will be held downtown Birmingham once again at the Bartow Arena in the upcoming weeks. In SWAC women's basketball, Jackson State has a commanding lead. Arkansas Pine Bluff is also in the mix. And then after that, it's a log jam, really, from 3 all the way down to 10. And I'll talk about the men momentarily. Back to the race right now. William Shelton out front, but oh, look at Christian Derrick. Run him down, Coach. He was walking them.
I mean, he really attacked that acceleration zone. Now let's see who's going to be the man that's going to make the break.
Christian Derrick well out in front. Right behind him is William Shelton. Shelton's trying to make up.
Well, William is a chaser. So he is a chaser, as you can see.
And here comes Shelton coming right behind him. Remember, 47.74 is the time to beat.
It's going to be speed, and right now it's going to be Derrick with the speed.
Christian Derrick coming down the final straightaway, and Derrick will come through first in the heat, followed by William Shelton in second in that heat. Ross Walround in third in that heat. Actually, Jordan Pierre third in the heat. Ross Walround in fourth in that heat. So Christian Derrick coming through with a time of 47.46. So Derrick will be your 400-meter men's champion.
And look who ended up finishing second, the winner of Heat 1.
Yes, sir. So congratulations once again to Christian Derrick, the winner of the men's 400-meter dash indoors with a time of 47:46. William Shelton. Well, excuse me. It'll be hold on, just waiting for my live stats to get reconfigured. There we go. All right, so there's the winner right there. That is Mr. Christian Derrick, 47:46 with the winning time. Kendrick Winfield of Florida A&M, 47.74. He is your runner-up. William Shelton, 48.14 for Florida A&M. He's third. Josh Knox from Alabama State, 48.20. Muhammad Samari from Arkansas Pine Bluff, 48.46. And Vaughn Devon III, 48.79. He rounds out the top six. So, Coach, we saw how quickly Derrick got out. And clearly we can take a look and be like, all right, is he going to run out of gas? He's going to be able to hold on. And really, he ran his race and never let anyone else worry about what was behind him.
Exactly. He took advantage of the downhill. He took advantage of doing his acceleration zone. He took advantage, and it caused William to actually work extra hard to actually catch him. So he actually burned a lot just trying to get back competitive into the race. Speaking
of the champion, there he is right there, Christian Derrick, then kicked off the shoes and everything. I don't blame him. I do not blame him, but congratulations to that Panther from Prairie View A&M, the new champion in the men's 400-meter dash here at the 2024 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Now moving over to our next competition, it will be the women's 800-meter run. And, Coach, here's that name again, Shamia Jones. Shamia Jones, 2023 champion. She won with a time of 2:11.97. Last year's runner-up is Talia Wickett. She is also from Alabama State. She was the runner-up with 2:14.87. And from Arkansas Pine Bluff, Chris Ann Plummer. She was third last year with 2:16.27. The good news for Alabama State and Arkansas Pine Bluff is that all three of those young ladies are competing today. The bad news for the rest of the field, all three of those young ladies are competing today.
It's one thing we can really say about Ms. Jones. When she graduates Alabama State, she will be a member of that Hall of Fame. She has to be.
She has to be.
She has to be.
And, I mean, I know Alabama State really just started doing their Athletic Hall of Fame a few years ago, so they've got some names they got to go through, but I'm almost certain that Dr. Jason Cable, the athletic director, will get with various other individuals like Dr. Cyrus Russ and Coach Richie Bean to be like, okay, hey, who are some of these new school people we can get in to come quick, fast, and in a hurry?
Yes, she's like the female version of Atlas. She's carrying the earth on her shoulder.
Correct. As we're getting ready for this event, let's give you some updates on team scores. Through 10 of the 17 scored events, Florida A&M still in first place with 69 points. Right behind them, Alabama State, this is women, with 64 points. In third place, Prairie View with 51 points. In fourth place, Southern University with 47 points. In fifth place, Arkansas Pine Bluff with 41 points. We have a two-way tie for sixth place between Alabama A&M and Grambling State with 31. Jackson State in eighth place with 25. Rounding out the top 11, Texas Southern, Alcorn State, and Bethune-Cookman. So this is the perfect opportunity for Alabama State to gain some points and actually take the lead over Florida A&M in this upcoming event. Now, Florida A&M does have two student athletes competing in this one. Alicia Douglas, she's a sophomore, qualifying time 2:15.48. And Lacey DeBoski, 2:11.17. She's a junior. So if they want to help Florida A&M keep their lead.
And those are two good, outstanding times going into this final event.
Yes, sir.
It really is.
Shamia Jones, if you're wondering, 2:09.66 was her qualifying time.
But however, she's just coming off the mile run. So we will see how this thing processes.
Absolutely. So these young ladies will basically run around here 4 times. And out in front, it's a Lady Rattler. Almost looking like a rabbit early on.
She's looked like she's really in control right now after the 3 laps to go.
That's Lacey Daboski. First lap, 28:42. And right behind her, Camille Lewis from Southern University and Alicia Douglas, also from Florida A&M. Chris Ann Plummer also now taking over second place from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Lacey Daboski looks to be slowing things down a little bit as Plummer is starting to run her down, Coach.
Is that Talia Wickett from Alabama State?
For Alabama State, yes, that is Talia Wickett now taking the lead. And here's that final bell, Coach.
And this is it.
Talia Wickett was the runner-up in this event last year.
And also Jones is trying to make a move right now. She's in 5th place right now, but she's actually moving up really strong.
Here comes Wickett for the Lady Hornets. Wickett trying to give Alabama State the lead in the team overall rankings for the women, and Wickett will do it. She will do it. 2:10.81 is the unofficial. Talia Wickett coming through with the victory, followed by Alicia Douglas of Florida A&M, Chris Ann Plummer of Arkansas Pine Bluff in 3rd, Camille Lewis from Southern University in 4th place, and Shamaya Jones from Alabama State in 5th place. Kaylin Jackson of Jackson State rounding out the top 6.
Yeah, well, Wickett did a great job from Alabama State.
Alabama State picking up points via 1st place and 5th place. And once we get the tally, it's going to be really close to see if the Lady Hornets have been able to overtake Florida A&M points-wise. So let's take a look back right here. Here's Talia Wickett, Coach. Really, after after the second lap, she just took over this race and then ran her race and dared everyone else to run up on her.
Complete control. She actually completed the assignment that was to her, because one thing, her teammate just came off of running the mile run. So.
Correct. And when you know you ran a good race, you go crash on the you go crash on the sidelines. As you see Coach Richie Bean walking in the foreground. He's already congratulated her.
Oh, yes.
So.
Yes,
all right, so
coach is on the next race, the men's race.
Sure is. So congratulations to Talia Wickett, the champion of the women's 800 meter. We're going to take another break here, and we'll be right back with more championship action at the Indoor Track and Field Championships.
SWAC, the premier athletic conference in the nation. A collection of schools.
And welcome back to the SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships here inside the Birmingham Crossplex alongside Coach TJ Williams. I'm Mo Carter. I want to thank you for checking us out right here on the SWAC Digital Network. We're getting ready to run the men's 800-meter dash here inside the Crossplex, and also at the same time, too, on the right side, we've got the men's triple jump going on, Coach.
Yeah, and looking at this men's 800, the only thing I can really say today is you're just going to have to pick them today because this field is competitive.
Absolutely. Just a few names to tell you about. Brandon Washington from Texas Southern, he placed 5th last year. Rashawn Miller from Southern, he placed 11th last year. And Takardrick Alexander from Southern placed 9th last year. And all those guys ran sub 156.
And so right now, Dawkins is taking control right now on the first lap.
That's Kirk Dawkins from Florida A&M. He's trying to strike. Let's see if more striking will come from the Rattlers.
Yeah, Dawkins, he looks pretty strong. However, I just want to see how he'll be able to close this right now. That shin is kind of, he's actually putting on brakes on each step. If you notice it bouncing, so he's actually braking on each step. So we're going to see if he's going to have to pay for that later on. But otherwise he looks really strong coming into this third lap.
Absolutely. So Dawkins continues to have the lead, but right behind him is Takardrick Alexander from Southern University as we have 2 laps to go. And now Alexander has taken the lead from Dawkins. And then right behind him is also Marciano Taylor from Southern University. And there's the bell, Coach.
Yeah, so, like I say, we'll see how this thing closes out. But he's really strong. But however he does, he has a lot of braking forces going on with him.
Right now, Southern University trying to go 1 and 2. But coming up the back stretch is Alabama State.
And he's coming with a lot of momentum.
Coming down the stretch, it's Alabama State. Kabiba Mills, and he looks behind at Alexander, and he's going to walk it through for the victory for the Hornets. Kabiba Mills from Alabama State, the senior, coming through with a time of 153.55. He edges out to Cardrick Alexander of Southern University, 153.99. In third place, Brandon Washington of Texas Southern, 154.43. Kurt Dawkins, who had the early lead from Florida A&M, 155.17. And Rashawn Miller from Southern University, 155.23. Ryan Longmire of Arkansas Pine Bluff, rounding out the top six, 156.92. So, Coach, your top six, all 156 and below.
All of them 156. And gentleman from Alabama State, he looked good, but he really risked right here being penalized for actually taunting. It's one thing you teach your athletes to never look back at your opponent, because it is a judgment call with judges. So you want to be aware of that. But however, he looked really good. Really good.
Because at this point, Alexander had it, and then Mills just put everything he had left into it, and then looks over at him, says a few words. Not exactly sure what he said, but I'm going to go ahead and just say, hey, I got this now. And he picks up the victory.
Yeah, like he he took a chance.
He definitely did take a chance. And I'm sure Coach Richie Bean is going to let him know, hey, man, great job, but let's excuse the rest of these other things and just run your race. As we take a look over at the men's triple jump right now, and on the deck right there, that was Elijah Jordan, and Jordan appears to have a lower leg injury.
Yeah, he's actually he injured himself early in the race. Around about the third lap, you saw him actually kind of lingering back at the time. But also we actually have the men's heptathlon, the final event, which is the 1,000 meters.
Okay. So as we see, right as he's getting ready to hit the last jump, something starts to hurt him. Yeah. And there's Mills right there going to help one of his teammates. So your champion of the men's 800-meter run going to lend a helping hand.
So he had the strength to actually carry his own brother.
Exactly. So maybe that'll make up for what we were just talking about.
I hope so. I really hope so. Because it really was a judgment call. And once again, too, another team can protest it.
Agreed. Totally agree. All right, so coming up next. Men's 200. Should be the men's 200-meter dash.
Well, actually, we have
the 1,000 heptathlon. You're right. You were right, Coach.
Exactly.
You are right.
It is one of those unscheduled events. So,
absolutely, yeah. Because I'm looking through them like, wait, the schedule's not showing this, but we had to kind of, go in between this.
So, when you get to this event here, the last event, you don't know whether to celebrate or to just dig down and just give everything you got,
Correct. I mean, you think about a guy like Vincent Wilson from Jackson State, who's been performing well today. He and Tyree Newman are going to be the two we want to keep an eye out on as far as who can take home a victory or at least score some solid points in this last run. So, as we mentioned, getting ready for the 1,000 with the heptathlon. And these student athletes and these young men, they have been competing a long time. So you're at a point where you just want to just give it your all and give it what you got.
Right. And here we are, 5 laps.
The in-house announcer saying these are the real warriors of track and field.
And you actually have 2 young men from the Arkansas Pine Bluff who are actually leading the event going into this last event.
So they got 1 lap down. Everybody's collapsing on the inside lane now. And just wanted to give a big shout out to Dr. Charles McClellan, the commissioner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. He just peeped his head into the broadcast booth, was able to at least wave real quick. He'll be handing out some trophies later on. He's a very busy man, too. For those that do not know, he is the chairman of the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Yes, when it comes to March Madness, the commissioner of this great conference is the guy that'll have to sign off on several teams going to the big dance this year.
Awesome. Now, right now, we're at the point where the rubber is actually meeting the road now.
It really is. It really is. And Shay Rockford of Arkansas Pine Bluff with the lead.
And he's actually leading the competition right now.
And you're looking at these young men like they are really pushing it. They are really pushing. Look, I don't know if track and field does the ice bath like, football, but if they do, this is definitely a time that they'll need it following this event right here, Coach.
They take the ice bath.
Okay.
Here we
and
are.
We're on the bow lap. It's Rockford from Arkansas Pine Bluff. And, Coach, he's running it, too.
Oh, yes.
He is running it. I'll be honest with you. If he went to maybe like a half jog, he would probably still win this.
Oh, yes.
But he is trying to finish it as strong as possible.
Because, remember, it's all based on performance, equal points.
And he's lapping one guy. He has a chance to lap another guy. And Shay Rockford is your winner of the 1,000 for the men's heptathlon, and he is collapsing.
He is out.
I don't blame him.
He deserves it. All of these young men deserve it.
Exactly. Christian Taylor from Bethune-Cookman coming through in second place. Malachi Bird from Texas Southern in third. Christian Taylor in second place, Malachi Bird in third place, Isaiah Davis in fourth place, Donovan Brooks in fifth place, Anson Moses from Arkansas Pine Bluff in sixth place. Congratulations to these young men, including that young man there, Shay Rockford, who really, really gave it his all.
Yeah, and so now we're heading toward the women's 200 meters. So we're going from just all guts to just
straight speed.
Straight speed. So just looking at the women's 200, it's going to be like the 400. It's going to be very competitive. It really doesn't matter which heat that you're in.
Correct, because you are running against the time.
Exactly. So you can't really say it's a fast heat or a slow heat.
In Heat 1, it'll be Erica Grant from Texas Southern, Victoria Smith from Alabama A&M in lane 4, Asia Harris from Prairie View in lane 5, and Quincy Penn in lane 6. Quincy Penn just set a SWAC record for the 400 not long ago. And as we take a look at how they fared in the past, well, Asia Harris is your 2023 SWAC Indoor Champion from Prairie View.
Right.
Jaqual Bush, who we will see in the second heat, she finished second from Alabama State. And Victoria Smith from Alabama A&M was in 8th place. We'll see her in Heat 1, Coach.
So we're looking at, in the first heat, we're looking at pure speed versus speed and strength. We're looking at lane 5 as well as in lane 6 with Penn in 6 and Harris in 5. Harris, is the veteran. So
Harris is the veteran, but Quincy Penn has momentum on her side after getting that gold medal and setting a SWAC record not long ago. Jaqual, and when we get to Heat 2, Jaqual Bush is the only qualifier who had a qualifying time under 24 seconds, Coach.
yeah, but one thing today, you can just throw out all the records today.
Absolutely.
Today is all about the championship. So, like I say, we have Harris here. She is the veteran. The big test is going to be who's going to come off of this last heel in the front. Who will come off the last heel in the front?
All right, the runners are getting in place. And we are underway. Harris from Prairie View out with a great start. Running down Quincy Penn. Here comes Harris. Here comes the defending champ. And Harris coming through with a time of 23:78, followed by Quincy Penn of Alabama State, 24:25. Erica Grant, 24:83. Victoria Smith, 24:98.
It's 23:78 is the time that they actually beat. Like we said, we had strength versus speed.
So, of course, Aisha Harris.
One thing with Harris, she actually took advantage of the racing zone, which is all downhill.
And I'm just impressed with how she came out that block and really just ate Quincy Penn up in that first curve, because by the time she got to that straightaway, it was her race to lose.
Oh, yes. You have to take advantage of the decline. You have to. If you don't, you will pay for it, because what you really want, you want that strong positive momentum as you hit the incline of the first turn.
So here comes Heat 2, Coach. Some familiar names. In lane 3, Tiana Brown from Florida A&M. In lane 4, Rory Lowe from Florida A&M. In lane 5, Jaqual Bush of Alabama State. And in lane 6, Naya Blocker of Florida A&M. So 3 Rattlers and a Hornet.
FAMU's looked really loaded up for this event here.
And this could be one of those events we'll look back upon, Coach, and we'll be able to determine if this was a deciding factor in some of the final team results, because Florida A&M and Alabama State were 1 and 2 the last time we checked on our team scores.
Yeah. And looking at this event,
as a matter of fact, they're still 1 and 2, Coach. Alabama State up by a point.
By a point.
So what you
we
think?
saw, they were definitely in striking distance. Looking at this women's 200 here, we're looking at the freshman from Florida A&M. If she can take advantage of the decline. In the 60s, she was a little bit, she rushed her drive zone, her acceleration zone. But let's see if she be a little bit more patient this time. Behind her, she does have a flyer from Alabama State. That's Jaqual Bush. But we'll see.
Runners are in their blocks. The gun is up. And here we go. 3 Rattlers and a Hornet. Tiana Brown on the inside. Already running down and past her teammate.
Licking on the inside. Here comes the freshman.
But out in front, it's Nia Blocker. Blocker's going to get the victory in the heat, followed by Jaquay Bush and Tiana Brown. So here we go. Your final results, Nia Blocker, 23-3-4. That's a SWAC record, Coach.
Yes. Like I said before, there's one thing she didn't do in the 60. She wasn't patient when it came down to the drive as well as the acceleration zone. But in the 200, I saw her being a lot more patient. She didn't rush her zones. If you see here as she came off the turn, she didn't rush the zones. And that put her in a very position to come off that last decline. Once you come down that last decline in lane 6, you have everything under control.
So if you're Nia Blocker, you have to be elated because not only are you a freshman, you come in here and you get a gold medal and you set a SWAC record in your freshman season. So clearly the future is bright for that young lady down there in Tallahassee.
And also, too, it was very bright for Florida A&M University at 200 because they had at least, what 3 athletes in that final heat?
Correct. You are correct, Coach. So we're just waiting for them to do the final take. And here we go. So your champion, Nia Blocker, 23-3-4, sets a SWAC record in the process. Jaquay Bush from Alabama State is your runner-up, 23-5-4, which is also a PR. Last year's champion, Asia Harris, finishing with the bronze medal in 3rd place, 23-7-8. Tiana Brown from Florida A&M in 4th place. 24-1-4. Quincy Penn from Alabama State in 5th place, 24-25. And Rory Lowe rounding out the top 6, 24-77. Florida A&M picking up points for 1st, 4th, 5th, and 1st, 4th, and 6th. So after we take a look at the men's 200, we're going to go back over to the women's team standings because clearly this event has ramifications on who is in the lead or who's taking the lead or who secured the lead. But let's go over to the men's 200 real quick.
Men's 200.
Some notable names. Shenard Walker from Bethune-Cookman finished 4th in this event. DeAnthony Nervis finished from Southern, finished 19th in this event. Nervis is in lane 5. Shenard Walker's in lane 4, and they're right next to each other. Joseph DeRozier, he's in lane 3 from Florida A&M, and in lane 6, Jaquan King. And they are off, Coach.
They're off. And this men's 200 will be a replica of the men's 800. You're just going to have to pick them.
Everybody's got out well. On the interior, it looks like it's Shenard Walker. Walker's got the slight lead, and looks like Walker's going to take 1st place in this heat. Right behind him will be DeAnthony Nervis. Walker coming through with 21.59. DeAnthony Nervis, 21.75. Jaquan King, 21.77. And Joseph DeRozier, 22.23.
So the Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman has shown up.
They made their way over from Daytona to make some noise in the 200. Coach, as we're taking a look at this, it really looked like nobody was trying to pull away until that final straightaway.
Well, actually, all 4 of those athletes were pretty even.
Mm-hmm.
What was the big difference is actually the lanes. As you see, the gentleman in lane 2, he was at the highest disadvantage. But otherwise, it was a very even heat.
Correct. So now coming up in Heat 2, the young men in this heat, they are aiming for the time of 21.58. Because 21.59 won this last heat. So you want the goal, you need 21.58.
So we got our man Jamar Stubbs. He's in lane 5 coming in. He has the best time right now at 21.15 coming into this last event. So
in lane 3, it'll be Christian Derrick, who we just saw win a gold medal in the 400. Apparently he went and found his shoes and threw them back on. for Prairie View. So he's in lane 3. He qualified with 21.68. In lane 4, Muhammad Samori from Arkansas Pine Bluff, he qualified with 21.68. Jamarian Stubbs, as you mentioned, from Alabama State, 21.15 was his qualifying time. And in lane 6, it'll be Ross Walround from Arkansas Pine Bluff. He qualified with 21.50. As we mentioned, 21.59 is the time to beat. And we know for sure that these men in this heat can do it.
They can do it.
The bigger question is, will they do it?
Well, this heat will be almost like a carbon copy of the last one.
Yes, sir.
The only difference is we have a guy that's in lane 3 that may be a little bit more stronger than the guy we had in last heat in lane 3. So other than Stubbs, you're looking at another pick'em here.
And let's see what type of energy Derek has. It wasn't long ago where he just, ran the 400 and won the 400.
Exactly.
So here we go, Coach. Coming out the blocks early, Jamarian Stubbs. Stubbs is out in front of everybody, Coach. Can he hold on to the lead?
Well, he has the decline advantage of everyone.
Correct. Jamarian Stubbs is going to win this heat, Coach. After that, it'll be Christian Derrick coming through at second place in this heat. And
20.94.
Jamarian Stubbs, 29.4. So he will be your champion in the men's 200-meter dash. Congratulations to that Alabama State Hornet. Christian Derrick coming up with the silver medal, 21.70. Well, no, take it back. He'll have the bronze medal at 21.70. But let's wait for all things just to get official before we start throwing some things out just in general. But we can tell you, Jamarian Stubbs is your champion in the 200-meter.
He definitely took advantage of the decline with the acceleration. So by the time he got to the top of the turn, he was gone. He did a great job. He attacks the turns like he should have. He pushed his chest into the turns, and he slightly dipped the shoulder to the inside of the lane.
All right, Coach, I have your official standing. Jamarian Stubbs is your champion, time 20.94. Shanard Walker is your runner-up from Bethune-Cookman, 21.59. Christian Derrick actually finishing third, 21.70. Ross Walround from Arkansas Pine Bluff finishing fourth with 21.74. DeAnthony Nervis from Southern University, 21.75. He was in fifth place, and Jaquan King from Bethune-Cookman, 21.77.
Awesome.
All right, so we're going to take another break, and when we return, we'll get you ready for the men and women's 5,000-meter run. You're watching the SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. And welcome back to the 2024 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships. Okay. All right, so, Coach, we talked about how the women's 200-meter dash was going to have all sorts of bearings on the overall team standings. And right now in the women, it's a two-team race. Florida A&M currently leads 95 points. Alabama State in second place with 90 points.
Well, looking at this upcoming event, very important with the 5,000. And as you see with Alabama State sitting in second place, they do have a lot of athletes in the 5,000. This is actually like their third event. So we will see how everything follows up. Florida A&M also has, two athletes in this event as well. Alabama State has 3. But we will see how those athletes are able to recover. Well, I can't really say they actually recovered.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. Yeah. Now, there will be a new champion in the women's 5,000 as Stella Kiptui from Alcorn State. Boy, she was such a good runner. Oh, yeah. She has moved on to the next portion of her career. So with that being said, a new champion will be crowned, and I have to go ahead and just look at one name. Well, 2 names technically. Shamaya Jones of Alabama State, who was third in this event last year, and Rebecca Barnadin, also from Alabama State, who was a contender in this one.
And in this event, you only have actually one athlete who has a qualifying time coming into this event. Is Jessica Williams of Texas Southern with a time of 20 minutes and 50.40 seconds. So we have 5,000 meters. This is an event where athletes are very patient. It's all about positioning.
And is, Coach, let's give you a rundown of the student athletes participating in today's event. Sanye Gibson from Alabama A&M, Taja Benjamin from Alabama State, Ruth Kibet from Grambling State, Maya Clark from Prairie View A&M, Rebecca Barnadin from Alabama State, Taylor Wingo from Alabama A&M, Teresa Gallegos from Alcorn State, Shireen Shariat from Alcorn State, Nia Coleman from Florida A&M, Olivia Brown from Texas Southern, Jessica Williams from Texas Southern, Serenity Williams from Florida A&M, Mercy Kwambai from Grambling State, and Joyce Kiptum from Alcorn State. So that's just that's all the young ladies that are participating in this competition.
And looking at this 5K, looking at the pace right now, it favors Shamaya Jones from Alabama State. Why? Because she's been running all day, and right now the pace is really slow, which works for us with her. So she can get into rhythm with this event here. So hopefully we can at least get this event where they'll run at least 20 minutes with this. But right now the pace is really slow.
Very, very slow. Shamaya Jones is out in front of the pack, the slow pack, being trailed by Serenity Williams and Nia Coleman from Florida A&M. As we mentioned prior to this race right here, Florida A&M has a 5-point lead on Alabama State in the women's overall team rankings. So points will be aplenty in this one, but also they'll be very important because of the standings as we get ready to go into really the final stretches of today's action at the SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships.
And after looking at the track and looking at Alabama State versus Florida A&M, this 5,000 is really crucial for the Hornets because they do not have a women's 4x4 team listed in the finals of this event. So whatever they produce, they have to produce today.
And it's kind of strange, Coach, because usually Coach Bean keeps a very good 4x4 relay team on deck. I don't know if it's more of a coaching decision or he just couldn't get the the group of young ladies that he wanted to get going, and might have just figured that individual stuff might be their better situation.
Well, this year they don't look too sprint heavy. So if you notice, like in the earlier events, they really didn't have as many athletes in the 60. I think they may have had, one in the 200. So they're not really sprint heavy, but they really made up within like the middle distance as well as the distance. So
Yes, sir. Shamaya Jones continues to lead the slow pace. The two Florida A&M Rattlers are still right behind her.
And so with State is really up to the other two athletes, otherwise of Jones, that's really going to make the impact in this event.
A pair of Alabama A&M Lady Bulldogs are right behind Ms. Jones as well. That's Taylor Wingo and Sonia Gibson.
But this pace really, really benefits Jones all the way.
Mm-hmm. And this is quite different from what she did last year. Last year, she stayed in the middle of the pack and then used her sprinter speed to really take the lead, and no one could catch her from that. So a little different strategy this year from a training aspect.
Yes, exactly.
Clearly, Coach Richie Bean must have seen something different and I realized that, hey, this is how you can probably win a lot of races now. So we'll see. They're coming around 5:23:24 for most of the group.
So both the young ladies from Florida A&M, they are running together right now as a team. That's Nia Coleman and Serenity Williams. So they're running on one another's outside shoulder.
And we go to a triple box right now. We have the women's shot put on the bottom. We also have the women's high jump in the top right-hand corner. As we continue to take a look at the track in the top left-hand corner, Jones continues to lead. She's built up somewhat of some distance between her and the pack. PA announcer saying the pace would be about 19 minutes, 22 seconds if this holds up. We're going to take a look at the men's triple jump.
Nice approach, nice approach.
On the triple jump just now, that was Shadrick Williams of Texas Southern.
So as you see, Jones continue to stay in place. Also, her teammates from Alabama State have moved up to fourth and actually fifth right now.
It's Jones out in front. The gap of her lead has been closed down by Gallegos of Alcorn State, also by Coleman of Florida A&M. As we take a look in the top right-hand corner, the women's high jump continuing on.
That was Anaya Jones from Grambling.
Jones just completed 1.43 meters.
So right now, Jones continue to stay in position.
Gallegos right behind her with Alcorn State, followed by Coleman of Florida A&M. So the Pack's starting to catch up with Jones a little, Coach. I mean, clearly she's still running her race because everyone's trying to still catch her. But at the same time, she had a large gap 2-3 laps ago, and now we're seeing it be cut down.
Yeah, we're heading to the halfway point of this event.
.920 on the most recent lap. We go back to our split screen. Like I said, you know, the women's high jump.
Yes, we have Miracle Price is coming up. I think she just finished jumping here.
Yes, sir. Now we got Tashina Alace from Southern University. You just saw her. And for the men's triple jump, we should be having Mr. Michael Crimbley of Florida A&M. Yep. I see Mr. Crimbley. There he goes. Oh, there he went.
Yes.
There he is. And Crimbley cannot complete the flight. Back at the high jump for Alabama State, that was Essence Kendall.
Yeah, we had a scissor kick there. Hadn't seen a scissor kick in a while.
I have not.
Yeah.
I have not. Looks like she's been watching some old school WCW Booker T Harlem Heat with the scissor kick there. And back to the 5,000. Jones still with the lead. Gallegos are right on her tail. And here is a high jump completed by Bethany Peoples at 4 feet, 8 and a quarter inches, or 1.43 meters. Javon Gray is over at the men's triple jump.
Like I said, this pace still favors Jones quite a bit.
For the 5,000, it's Jones, it's Gallegos, it's Coleman from Florida A&M, and Bernardin from Alabama State as your top four. To the immediate right of us, they are awarding the medals for the men's heptathlon. And Vincent Wilson is your champion for the men's heptathlon from Jackson State. We saw a lot of Mr. Wilson today in the men's pole vault. As we return over to the women's 5,000, Jones still with the lead. Gallegos right there with her. Yes. Coleman from Florida A&M right behind the both of them. And now Gallegos has taken the lead, Coach.
At the 3K point, she's taking the lead. But however, this pace still favors Jones.
They're starting to lap some of their competition. Teresa Gallegos is now extending her lead, Coach. This is probably the largest lead we've seen in this race thus far.
Yeah, she seems to be running negative splits.
Those negative splits always come out good at this time of the day. Turn it over to women's high jump, and that is Prairie View's Miracle Price, who could not complete the high jump just now. That was her second attempt at 4 feet 8 1/4 inches. Shadrick Williams on the triple jump, and this time he completes it, Coach.
Oh, good job, good job.
Just had to get the timing down because the last attempt, he just could not complete the flight. But this time he definitely does it correctly.
Jones has dropped down to 3rd place right now.
There's Gallegos from Alcorn State,
Yes.
extending her lead. But we need to keep an eye out on Jones and Coleman because of the fact that Florida A&M only leads the overall team standings by 5 points over Alabama State.
And so right now, the other two Alabama State runners, right now Alabama State is sitting at 3rd, 5th, and 6th. And Florida A&M right now is sitting at 4th place.
At the women's high jump, this is Kaylin White, and she cannot complete the task of 4 feet 8 1/4 inches. And we had the unique situation where we just saw Miss Gallegos in the top left-hand corner, but then because where she was running past the triple jump, we saw her in the bottom as well. Here's Crimbley for Florida A&M. Good jump.
And you see the women's 5,000, the pace is starting to kind of build up now.
Jones, Coleman vying for second place in the women's 5,000. Gallegos from Alcorn State still with the lead. Fitzpatrick from Prairie View in second place. Shamaya Jones from Alabama State in 3rd place. Nia Coleman in 4th place. Here comes Gallegos, Coach.
She's doing a great job. She's still attacking those turns. Just one difference between her is you always see her feet in front of her hips when as you notice, she's pulling the foot back through her hips. Where some of the other runners are actually just kind of landing. They're actually collapsing.
Mm-hmm. Now, Christina Fitzpatrick isn't far behind her.
Exactly. She looking good. She looks really good.
So as we come down these final few laps, Coach, it'll be interesting to see if Gallegos can hold her off. The Gallegos is still out in front by a few meters in front of Fitzpatrick. And right behind them is still Shamaya Jones and Nia Coleman. So, yeah, Coach, the race for 1 and 2 and the race for third
Oh, yes.
are what we will keep our eyes on in these final laps.
Here we go.
And here's your bell lap. Gallegos still out in front, being closely. Running behind her closely is Christina Fitzpatrick of Prairie View. Currently in third place, Shamaya Jones of Alabama State. Nia Coleman in fourth place. And look at Fitzpatrick. She's making that kick, Coach, but Gallegos is not willing to give up the lead,
Not
Coach.
backing off.
She is not. Here we go, final stretch. Can Gallegos hold her off? The Lady Brave is running away. Can she hold her off? Fitzpatrick, oh, it's going to be a photo finish, Coach.
Oh, the airtime called her. Here comes third. But Jones.
Here we go, Jones, Coleman. Jones going for third to help Alabama State. Here comes Coleman. Jones goes third. Coleman goes fourth, and coming in at fifth will be Shanye Gibson of Alabama A&M.
Alabama State got two coming in.
Tasia Benjamin of Alabama State trying to get sixth. And she will. All right, Coach, so here we go. This is that final stretch for first place. Gallegos and Fitzpatrick.
It's all about airtime now. It's all about airtime.
And Fitz.
Who's spending more time in the air? That's who's going to
And
win
Fitz
it.
was getting there, Coach. She really, really was. But Gallegos is able to hold her off barely. But, hey, this is not an almost doesn't count situation. Gallegos is your winner in the women's 5,000 meter. Congratulations to that Lady Brave.
Great job.
Gallegos' last lap split for the last 200, 43.53. Indeed they are. Man, what a race down that stretch. First and second, and for third and fourth. All right, so now we're taking a look at the pole vault, Coach. And
Morgan Davila.
yes, Morgan Davila from Prairie View A&M. She is on your left, and on your right should be Ajanay Cressy of Alabama A&M in the high jump competition, and she clears 4 feet 9 inches.
We just had a clearance also in the women's pole vault with
Jada Chevalier. Back over to the women's high jump competition. This will be Rakaya Randall of Jackson State. She had the reset just now. And she cannot clear 1.47 meters. Over to the pole vault, where that was Jordan Hubbard, who also could not clear 2.31 meters. And quickly going back over to the high jump, that was Destiny Mitchell from Southern University. We'll take a look at her right here on the replay. Look at the elevation.
really good job.
Elevation, back was straight, clear. Now taking flight for women's high jump, Savoria Anderson of Prairie View, while her teammate is at the pole vault, and that is Morgan Davila once again. Davila has already had 2 attempts at this height, Coach.
At 2.31 meters.
Mm-hmm. So in the midst of everything, coming up next on the track, we'll have the men's 5,000 meter run. That'll be at 3:35 p.m. So we got some time.
Yeah, we got some time.
We got some time between that. Man, oh man, we've got some time between that. So in the meantime, just keep taking a look at how things are going here. They're going to be awarding a lot of the medals from some of the running events coming up. We'll make sure that we do our best to show you, once again, which student athletes were able to walk away with those medals today.
We need all of our competitors in the men's 5,000. You need to be checked in. We want to make sure you're all.
And in the meantime, too, Coach, we'll take a look at these team scores.
Yes.
Preferably the women. And, oh, my goodness, look how close this is. Florida A&M, 102 points. Alabama State, 101 points. And we have completed 14 of 17 events so far. So, Coach, it doesn't get any closer than this.
It doesn't get any closer, and it's really up to how many competitors Alabama have in the women's pole vault as well as the high jump.
Absolutely. And shout out to our production staff for getting up the scores. Let's take a look at the men now while we got a chance to. In the men, it's a little different. Texas Southern is out in front with 122 points. Arkansas Pine Bluff is in second place, but they've only got 67, followed by Prairie View with 64.5. Alabama State has made up some ground after starting off the day with 0. They've got 62. Jackson State with 55, Florida A&M with 45, Southern with 36, Alabama A&M with 29, Grambling with 27.5, Bethune-Cookman with 6, and Alcorn rounds things up with 9. So for the most part, it looks like Texas Southern has this thing wrapped up. But I will say this, the race for second place between Arkansas Pine Bluff, Prairie View, and Alabama State is still up in the running.
Still up in the running. And for the men's events, we have the triple jump and the 5,000 and 4x400 relay.
Yes, sir. So we have the high jump on the right side of your screen and the women's pole vault on the left side of your screen. And, of course, this is one of many championships throughout the academic year for the Southwestern Athletic Conference. In just a matter of weeks, we will be crowning champions over at Bartow Arena in downtown Birmingham for men's and women's basketball. During the week that leads up to what people call March Madness. Conference championships.
It is that time.
It really, really is that time, Coach. After Monday, which is tomorrow, every team should have 3 or 4 games left on their regular season schedule. And as I mentioned earlier, on the women's side, Jackson State continues to be the favorite with the women. And really after that, it's a logjam for the rest of the SWAC women, as I'm getting ready to pull up these stats right now. But, of course, we kind of saw something similar last year. Jackson State was the favorite, but then lost on a buzzer beater to Southern University, who went on to win the championship. So here are our women's basketball standings as we, continue to get things going here with the track and field championship. Jackson State is 12-0 in the women's standings in conference play. Then Grambling State and Arkansas Pine Bluff are both 9-3. They're tied for second. Right behind them, Southern University at 8-4. So that's your top four. Then really you kind of have a log jam after that because Florida A&M is 6-6. Alabama A&M is 5-6. Bethune-Cookman 5-7. Prairie View 5-7. Alcorn 4-8. So really the race to be between 5 and 8 is still up for grabs since they only take the top 8 teams to go to the tournament. Now for the men, it's a little different, but it's still close, but really between the top and the bottom for the standings. Southern University right now is the top team with a 10-2 record. Right behind them is arch rival Grambling State at 9-3. Then Bethune-Cookman, Jackson State, Texas Southern, and Alcorn State are in a 4-way tie for third place, which means following that, Alabama State, Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Alabama A&M are in a 3-way tie for 8th place. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 7 teams that are literally separated by 1 game on the men's standings.
That is close.
Yes, very, very close. So positioning down these last couple of weeks with the scheduling and these games will be crucial as you get ready to head into the SWAC men's and women's basketball tournament. Once again, that will be taking place over at Bartow Arena in downtown Birmingham. Let's give you the official dates of that. Officially, everything will begin on March the 13th, and a champion will be crowned on March the 16th inside of Bartow Arena in Birmingham, Alabama. And then on March the 17th, the brackets for the NCAA men's tournament will be unveiled on various television stations. And you know one person they're going to talk to? The commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan, who is the head of the men's basketball tournament committee. Last year he served as the co-chair. This year he's serving as the chair. So cannot wait to see Dr. McClellan get out there and represent the Southwestern Athletic Conference on the national stage for the NCAA tournament and March Madness. So like I said, many championships still to come, coming up. Along with track, the next one is going to be basketball, and then after that, we'll be getting into our spring sports, Coach. And, man, next thing you know, after that, we'll be ending the year with outdoor track and field championships, softball down in the southern part of Mississippi, baseball over in Atlanta, golf championships, tennis championship. Like, it's a lot that's still going on, but it's also fun and exciting times here within the Southwestern Athletic Conference, the premier HBCU conference in the United States of America. So looking forward to a lot of great things going on. But in the meantime, Coach, we'll continue our coverage right here inside of the Crossplex as we take a look right there on the split screen. You know, we've got pole vault on your left, and we've got high jump on your right. And on the high jump, we have a miss there on the pole vault. We got Morgan Davila. She cannot clear the flight. Jada Chevalier appears to be on deck for Southern University.
She only has one miss.
And she clears it. 2.51 meters, Coach. Here's another look at it. She just runs away from the screen, man, I tell you.
Oh, yeah. 4'9". She cleared at least by 2 inches, 2 to 3 inches.
Now on deck for Grambling State will be Bethany Peoples. She'll also try to clear 4'9". She's already had 2 attempts at this height. Here comes the Lady Tiger. Oh, her back heel catches
Back
it.
heel.
She cleared everything except that back heel. And that was her third attempt at that height. They're continuing to award championships. Christian Derrick from Prairie View just receiving his gold medal for winning the 400. On the left, you'll see Jaden Harris from Prairie View A&M attempting his next flight on a triple jump. Good jump.
Not good jump, yes. Really good jump. Even though he's not satisfied with it, but it's a pretty good jump.
Michaelan Davis on the right on the high jump for Texas Southern. She cannot clear it. Coach, I know when we talk about triple jump, we know this is the techniques. Some student athletes like to jump forward. Some like to kind of jump back when they land. Is there a specific technique that you like to teach when it comes to triple?
Yeah, normally when you land, you like to try to at least turn your hips at the point of impact. That will allow that athlete to actually fall to the side. Because if you fall back, the judge is going to measure exactly where the sand has broken. So, like sometimes you may, well, my hand landed here. Yes, but the sand was broken on this other side. So that's where the measurement is always measured, where the sand has actually been broken.
Great information, Coach. As we take a look at the replay, Anaya Jones was able to clear 4'9". Jones from Grambling State University. Over at the men's triple jump is Seth Stockton from Alabama State.
So this Stockton is up right now for Alabama State in the triple.
And there's exactly what you were talking about, Coach, about trying to hit that side.
Exactly, exactly.
Back over to the women's high jump. Soraya Burks on her attempt just now. Women's high jump now. Ajanay Cressy for Alabama A&M on the right. Cressy clears it easily.
Nice jump, nice jump.
And on the left, Reginald King had a good jump, but appears that a white flag came out. We'll double check that in just a second. Here's Cressy once again, getting the elevation, going high and landing nicely for the Lady Bulldogs. Here's another high jump attempt, this time for Destiny Mitchell of Southern University, and Mitchell could not clear it. Those heels caught at the back end of the jump.
And that was 4 feet 11 and a half.
On your left-hand side now, Michael Crimbley of Florida A&M taking off on the triple jump. And he strikes with a nice jump. Back to women's high jump now. Savoria Anderson of Prairie View cannot clear 4 feet, 11.5 inches.
So she has at least another jump at this height.
Yes, sir. Joshua Graham will be the next triple jump contestant for Alabama A&M. A lot of good things going on for Alabama A&M. If I could toot my own horn just a little bit.
All right,
working in the Huntsville, Alabama television market. Dr. Paul Bryant, their athletic director, has made significant changes and great strides to help that department do well.
I see they've really made a stronger impact this year in track and field. I see indoors.
Correct. Big impact with track and field and athletics in general when it comes to various, just various input as far as hearing what the student athletes want and then, finding ways to get it. The baseball and softball field have brand new LED scoreboards that were unveiled this past week. Football's getting a brand new scoreboard. The basketball arena continues to be state of the art. They were on national television yesterday for the game against Mississippi Valley with HBCU GOAT. So the legendary Charlie Neal was on the call inside there. And there's a solid jump right there by Chadrick Williams.
Is it clear? It's clear.
Here's a replay. Chadrick Williams is now moving to second place at 15.35 meters. Congratulations to him. Let's take a look at the high jump now. This is Jalen Hampton, and Hampton with a nice extension and elevation to clear the mark. LaDamian Rawwell now for Jackson State on the far left. And on your near right, that's Morgan Davila.
Right now, Morgan is actually leading right now, so followed by Jaden Hampton. Creasley sitting at third place. And Latham from Southern at 4 feet 11 and 0.5 is at fourth.
So, Coach, we're here at a track and field event, and this year is 2024. So, Coach, I have to ask, are you excited about the Summer Olympics coming up?
Looking forward to it. And like I said, we have next year will be that Olympic year, but you actually have a lot of your professional athletes actually making their move this year, getting ready for their qualifying standards.
I had the opportunity to talk with Javon Harrison.
The Huntsville boy.
Yes, sir. I had a chance to talk with him not long after he had competed in the World Championships in Budapest and learned a lot of things about really what it takes to be a pro athlete from a track side. One of the main things that surprised me, but I'm glad to hear about it, was he was telling me how he has his regular coach, but he also has a mental health coach.
Okay.
He has a mental health coach who is provided by USA Track and Field. And basically, long story short, he just said that, look, it's my person. I can sit down. I can unwind to. I can let them know, hey, I'm feeling like this or whatever. If I feel pressure coming on me, things of that nature. He said like that it's been a godsend. And then he actually gave me a chance to chat about some of his some of his teammates as well, who have been doing well, on the USA Track and Field Championships for the World Championships this past year. So a lot of good things he got a chance to chat about, and of course could not have a conversation with him without talking about his mother, and that is Miss Georgia Harrison. Former national champion at Alabama A&M, who continues to work in athletics at Alabama A&M, multi-time Hall of Famer in the SIAC and also in the Huntsville-Madison County Sports Hall of Fame. He was like, look, he's my biggest fan, but also she's my biggest critic, because he was like, I'm still trying to work to get to where and I forgot what the number was, but he was like, she has X amount of gold medals. I still don't even have that, and I'm a pro.
Yeah, because matter of fact, they just finished the USA championships this past weekend.
Yes, and then I also had a chance to also ask him about Sha'Carri Richardson, and clearly he's had a good relationship with Sha'Carri for a number of years because they were teammates at LSU. And he said that, man, he was one of the happiest people whenever she crossed that finish line, and she was the gold medal winner in the 100-meter championships for the women. He was like, dude, you just don't know. By the time she came to the back, we were just all ready just to hug her up or whatever and stuff. And then he said the craziest thing was, like, Noah Lyles was like the first one, because he was like, I got to dap you up, and then I got to go out here and go run my own race.
Well, Lyles has always been a really big cheerleader.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So he just said he was just really, really glad that Sha'Carri was finally able to get over that hump. And he was like, the rest of the world needs to take notice, because now that she's there, she ain't about to give it up no time soon.
And I really don't see her giving it up at all.
I don't either. I think she's really at a good point mindset-wise, that she knows that sky's the limit, and she's in the sky already, so she needs to remain in the sky. And she's still relatively young, still in her mid-20s.
23.
Yeah, so she's got lots of time.
23 years of age.
Yep, and I think, honestly, between that and kind of just getting that Jamaican monkey off her back, like, a lot of good things are literally about to happen, not just for her, but I think also for USA women's track and field from a sprinting aspect, to kind of go back to that dominance that we have been seeing through the 90s and 2000s. So, yeah, so like I said, just real good conversation we had with Mr. Harrison. And hopefully I'll get a chance to talk to him again real soon. He'll have another medal. Yep. We shall see. But back to the action here. We continue to have the high jump on the right side for the women and the triple jump for the men. Wembley's right there on the left for Florida A&M, and the man in the orange and green taking off.
It's a little shorter than his last jump. A little bit shorter. Right now he's at 48 feet and 5.5 inches right now.
And, of course, if you're just joining us here on SWAC Digital Network, first and foremost, thank you for joining us. He's Coach T.J. Williams. I'm Mo Carter. You're continuing to watch the championships. We're here live inside the Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama. We still have a number of running events coming up, which include the men's 5,000-meter run. And then after that, the really exciting one, Coach, the women and the men's 4x400-meter relay.
So as we see, looking at the women's high jump, look like Miracle Price is kind of struggling right now. So
All right, your attention, please, to the awards center at Grand Prix in the women's shot put. Finishing in third place with a mark of 43 feet, 1 3/4 of an inch from Southern. Let's hear it for
this is Joshua Graham here from Alabama A&M with the men's triple jump. Nice jump.
Very nice jump.
In second place with the mark, 45 feet 3.5 inches, 13.8 over the Nicholson.
And to our immediate right, the more awards are being handed out.
And your champion in the women's shot put with a mark of 48 feet 11.5 inches, 14.92 meters from Jackson State, Lillian Dudley, the back-to-back champion.
Lillian Dudley receiving her second straight gold medal. So, not a bad career, Coach.
Oh, yes.
Runner-up
Very-
2 years ago, champion this year, champion last year.
Very productive. Here's your triple jumper here. He's going for it all.
That's Williams.
We are having a grand time.
Got a really good extension going into the pit, Coach.
Yeah, he got a good extension. The only issue I just had, he chopped his steps right before he hit his hop phase.
And judging by that reaction, he knew
Yeah.
what was going on with that. In the meantime, for Jackson State, for Jackson State, that was Jaquel Williams.
Our top three and the women's 1 mile run.
The women's 1 mile run is now being awarded.
In second place, her time 5 minutes 15.26 seconds. Also from Arkansas Pine Bluff, Chris Ann Plummer.
Taking off for Prairie View now, it's Jaden Harris. He's pretty excited about that jump, Coach.
Oh, yes, good jump. And it's looking at the women's high jump, they continue to jump at a very high frequency. So the officials are doing a really good job down there.
And I mean, clearly, if you're an official, you want to make sure you're getting everything right. There's a good clearing height
nice
right
clear.
there by Anaya Jones of Grambling State. But yeah, clearly, if you're an official, you want to make sure that everything's being run well. But I guarantee you, most of us sitting there like, okay, if we can keep this thing rolling.
Yeah, they really have it going. They really have it rolling. They really have it rolling today.
In the foreground, here's Javon Gray.
And Price, she continues to struggle with the women's high jump. Earlier, she had missed because she went through the runway twice, but didn't attempt.
Top three, Shemaya Jones, Christina Fitzpatrick, Teresa Gallegos of Alcorn State, your champion.
All right, I think our women's high jump has got out of order a tad bit, but I think we're back to it now. Tashina Alace coming up for Southern University.
It's her last jump.
Just could never get the height on. It caught her on the shoulder. She was trying to clear 4:11 and a half. Oh, I stand corrected. It was her back that
It was the
actually
back,
caught it.
exactly.
Up next for women's high jump. This is seven, nine, six. All right, let's take a look at the pole vault, coach. This is Ryan Richards.
Yeah, she cleared 9 feet 10 and a half. And that was actually her second attempt at that height.
Nice. And now you're taking a look at Sierra Corley of Jackson State. Well, you saw her for Jackson State momentarily.
Yeah, that was her last attempt at 4 feet 11.
Yes.
They fixing the pole. They fixing the pole.
All right, everyone, let's take another break. You're watching the 2024 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the Birmingham Crossplex, the home of the 2024 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championship. Alongside the coach TJ Williams, I'm Mo Carter, and you're watching all the action right here on the SWAC Digital Network. We continue to keep an eye on the women's pole vault and also the women's high jump. On the pole vault, just now, that was Soraya Burks clearing things for Prairie View. I think she was a little surprised that she was able to clear that height, Coach.
Oh, yeah, looks pretty good, too. Looks like both of those field events for the women are actually heating up, especially the high jump. As you see now, you have a lot of those athletes who are jumping who actually passed over earlier the lower jump. So now we're getting into the 5 feet area now, so it's really beginning to heat up.
Essence Kendall of Alabama State could not clear 5 feet 1 inch just now on the high jump range. Over to the pole vault. This is Ryan Richards on your left of the split screen. She's going to try to clear 10 feet, 2.5 inches. And does it.
And she makes it. She makes it. That would have been her last jump, but she made it. Great job. Third attempt. Great job.
We'll take a look at it once again. The takeoff is good. She plants it and it just elevates with ease. Landing looked a little rough.
Yeah, it looked a little rough. But on your third attempt, I mean, my goodness, it's great.
Back over to the high jump. Here comes Anaya Jones from Grambling State. And she had a miss on the high jump. So now back over to the pole vault. Looks like we got Soraya Burks from Prairie View A&M. Going to try to best her school's arch rival with her next jump. Coach, Burks immediately ran over to the number with the height. Was she trying to make a change or?
Well, she was one thing, she was celebrating the height that she actually had jumped. So I think she was actually showing it to the crowd. Because we do have a 3-woman race here in the women's pole vault.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll tell you, we've been doing this for 3 years together now,
yeah.
and I still feel like we're learning different things. As Anaya Jones of Grambling State was able to finally clear.
And that was her third attempt, and she cleared it.
5 feet 1 inch.
Awesome.
That was on the right side, but on the left side, it was Soraya Burks who could not clear on the pole vault. Here's Essence Kendall, and Kendall cannot clear.
So that was her last attempt. She's one of the athletes that Alabama State really, really needed to produce at the end of this meet here.
Once again, it clears from Mason Guy of Prairie View. At 3 meters, 21, 10 feet, 6 1/4 inches. Women's high jump bar now going up to 1 meter 59.
So they're moving the bar up for the women's high jump.
That's 5 feet 2.5 inches.
The next height is now 5 feet 2.5 inches.
Our track time right around 3:15.
I love how we have the judges with the measuring
Oh,
tape
yes,
in
yes.
their hand to make sure that it's the correct one.
It's because everything is mainly digital down on the floor.
So, still got a little old school with,
Oh,
with
yeah.
with the measuring tape. So that's always, it's pretty cool to see. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we will have the men's 5,000-meter run. It feels like it's been a while since we've had a running event on the track, but at the same time gives us a chance to focus on these field events as Burks is not able to complete another attempt for Prairie View A&M.
So she has 2 more attempts at 3.21 meters.
And Burks talking it over with her teammate. As we take a look now at the women's high jump on the right, this is Ajane Cressy from Alabama A&M.
And this is her first attempt at this height.
And she was not able to clear the height of 5 feet 2.5 inches. Good form. There was a little stutter step near the end.
Yes, because what happened is she really didn't have a lot of speed. She didn't have a lot of speed, so you're right. She did have actually like about 2 or like 3 stutter steps.
Here's a look at Savoria Anderson from Prairie View A&M. And her backside, right around her waist, caught the bar. But, of course, that's her first attempt. Now coming up for the Alabama State Lady Hornets. This is Janiyah Davis. And Davis clears it.
And that's her first attempt. So she was one of those athletes who passed all the earlier jumps.
So Davis is going to just go sit and wait and see how the rest of the field.
Exactly. I mean, you know, if you have the ability to clear the latter heights, there's no sense of burning yourself out early.
Correct. Anaya Jones with her next attempt, or her first attempt at this height, and she cannot clear it. Up next, Lady Jags of Southern University. And that was Sonia Lathan. Getting ready for another high jump attempt.
This is her first attempt. Moss.
Close misses by both the competitors in the women's high jump and also on pole vault just now. All right, and now this is news to me, Coach. They're saying there's not one, but 2 sections of the men's 5,000-meter run. So I'm not saying that they wanted to burn a lot of time, but they could have burned a lot of time.
Yeah, we're looking at least about like 15 minutes per session.
In the meantime, Jalen Hampton, you saw her just clear for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Women's pole vault bar at 3 meters 31, 10 feet 10 and a quarter inches.
And that's Morgan Davila now on the high jump. She had her attempt at 5 feet 2.5 inches.
See, Price, she made her first attempt at 5 feet 2 and cleared it.
Cattell Price was able to clear it as we take a look at Ryan Richard over at the pole vault for Texas Southern. Back over at high jump, this is Jackson State's Jaquel Williams. She misses on her first attempt at 5 feet 2.5 inches. Back over to pole vault, Macy Guy tries to clear 10 feet, 10.25 inch.
So at least she'll have at least one more attempt.
That's Camille Lewis over in the women's high jump. She goes up and over for Southern University.
Like we say, the high jump is really heating up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really heating up.
Here's Cressy coming up for Alabama A&M. And Cressy coming up with the close miss. Coach, she's getting there. It's just you got to change one of those little techniques at the end to clear it fully.
It's the start. It's the start. She has a lot of movement going on, but not really. It's not really productive. It looks as if the athlete, she's actually trying to establish some sort of a pattern because of the fact that the movements are not very productive.
On your left screen, here comes Richards. Richards getting the height, but just cannot get those ankles over that bar that time. And on the right side, you got Prairie View's Savoria Anderson, who could not clear. That was her second attempt at 5 feet 2.5 inches. Coming up next for Grambling State, it is Anaya Jones. And Jones misses on her, I think that was her third attempt at that.
I think she has one more attempt, but however, she has been jumping for quite some time today. As well as Lewis is getting ready to jump. They've been really jumping quite a bit today.
So completing the last jump right there was Pearl Moss of Grambling State. Now in waiting is Camille Lewis of Southern University. And the Lady Jag cannot complete it. And just judging by her reaction, she already knows what she needs to fix.
Yes. Well, actually, I think that's Lathan, but like I say, she's been jumping a long time today.
You are correct, Coach. It is
She's been-
Sonya Lathan.
She's been jumping up quite a bit.
Morgan Davila now coming up for Prairie View A&M. And Davila clears it, Coach.
That's good. She really attacked the bar. She really attacked it.
She made a little contact, but
Those last 2 steps, she really attacked.
I just love the reaction. Let me get off of this mat quickly before this bar falls.
So she's still alive.
Jaquel Williams coming up next for Jackson State. And Williams is able to clear 5 feet, 2.5 inches.
And that was her second attempt at that height.
Up next is Cressy from Alabama A&M.
So hopefully she will make this. Other than that, this will be her last attempt, but she should make this one. Oh.
No, and Cressy,
Yeah, she's another one who's been jumping for quite some time today. She started out jumping at the opening height. So.
yeah, she had the height. She had the height. It was that small portion of her backside that basically caught the bar. So that was Cressy's final attempt. In the meantime, for Prairie View, here comes Savaria Anderson. And Anderson could not complete the attempt. And for Grambling State, that was Anaya Jones.
That was her last attempt.
And the Grambling State Tigers track team is about 10 feet away from us. So they're trying to pick her up from a distance.
Okay.
Here's Sonya Lathan. That, I think, was her final attempt as well. And of course, the high jump bar level is at 5 feet, 2.5 inches right now. Yes, that was Sonya Lathan's last attempt. So her day will end.
So you got a couple of jumpers that's still in, and they're moving up the height up. to 5 feet 4 inches.
Yes, sir. And as they move the height up, what we'll do is take another break. And when we return, we'll get ready for that men's 5,000. You're watching the SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championship on the SWAC Digital Network. And we're back at the SWAC, a men's and women's indoor track and field championship. And we are now rolling with the men's 5,000-meter run. Coach, we received some good news before the beginning of this race. This was supposed to originally be 2 heats, but someone made the call down and said, hey, put all those guys on the track at one time and let's just run this thing out.
Very good. Well, we have 2 athletes who actually have qualifying times in here. First of all, there's Terrence Johnson of Arkansas Pine Bluff, as well as, I guess you pronounce the gentleman's name is Mogiti from Arkansas Pine Bluff with a time of 15:57. Right now, looks like he's in the lead right now.
Yes, sir. And then on top of that, you also have the 2023 winner in the 5,000. That's Mr. Jose Gonzalez of Texas Southern. So he will definitely be in the mix right now. He's sitting in 5th place.
He looks very comfortable in 5th place.
It's like he's just been here before.
Exactly. Well, we are looking at a 5K, so.
Christopher Career, Prairie View A&M, continues to be out in the lead. He's built up a nice lead out in front of the pack, but of course we got 25 laps to run and only 2 have been ran thus far.
Oh, we are too quiet. Come on, track fans. Coming through 600 now. We're at 140.
And Jose Gonzalez has now moved into 3rd place. Another thing I've noticed too, in his 3,000-meter run, if I'm correct, I want to make sure.
Remember, 14 minutes, 56.07 seconds. Christopher Kelvin.
5,000, man, 2,000, 200 should be. All right, so when he ran the mile early, he was wearing pink shoes.
Exactly.
Right now, he's wearing highlighter yellow shoes. Not sure how much of a difference that makes, but it's one of those things you just happen to notice.
Well, it's probably more of a cross country type of trainer, so it actually takes a lot more absorption when it comes down to contact of the track.
And as we get ready to go through lap 3, Jose Gonzalez has taken the lead. He's being trailed by Kip Kimboy, another name that we called a lot last year, followed by Christopher Career of Prairie View. So on the left of the screen, we do have Jose Gonzalez leading the pack in the men's 5,000. On the right side, we've got the women's high jump continuing. And for the women coming up, well, just now you just saw Jaquel Williams on the attempt.
It's one thing I really recognize when we're looking at especially HBCU track and field. If you are a distance runner, you're a distance runner. And you are guaranteed at the championship meet to run all the distance events.
Absolutely. Get your rest the best way you can.
Definitely so.
As we take a look at the last attempt right there on the high jump. That was Jayla Hampton just now.
And Davila, she just had her last attempt at 5'4" .25".
So it looks like Davila's day is getting ready to wrap up.
Coming up on 1,600 now. We're at 446. 446. 14:49 pace. 14:49.
Here's Price from Bethune-Cookman. She cannot clear 5'2.5". And she was upset about it. She hit that mat pretty hard.
Oh, yes. And look at your 5,000. Look like you have a two-man race right now.
Absolutely. A two-man race with Gonzalez leading the pack.
We're coming through at 5:21, 5:22. That's for 1,800 meters.
Jose Gonzalez in first. Kelvin Kimboy from Alcorn State in second place.
Let's keep him under 14:50. That will be a new SWAC record.
And Joquel Williams could not clear 5 feet 4 inches. That was her third attempt, so she's done, Coach. Yeah, she out. So they'll be raising the bar coming
Raising
up.
the bar again.
That's a 14:51 pace.
What'd you say, Coach?
And I think we have one jumper that's actually getting ready to attempt her first jump.
You know, there's always that one person. There's always that one
That
person.
one.
But, of course, I know that has a lot to do with just confidence and competition.
Oh, yes.
Coming up on 2,200 meters now. Let's help him out. We're at 6:33, 6:33.
And looks like she's a very critical competitor as well from Florida A&M University.
Mm-hmm. If you're just joining us, Florida A&M and Florida A&M and Alabama State are 1 and 2 in the women's standings, and it's a very, very close race between these two squads. As a matter of fact, how close? Let's tell you. At the moment, Florida A&M has 102 points. Alabama State has 101 points. That's how close it is.
You can't get any closer than that.
No, not at all. And this is for the women. For the men, Texas Southern is well out in front, 130 points. Prairie View is in second place with 70.5 points. Jackson State has 70. Arkansas Pine Bluff 67. Alabama State 65. So really, the race for second place is the thing we'll keep an eye on the men. For the women, it's at the top 2 spots. It's Florida A&M and Alabama State, separated by 1 point apiece. Thus, this high jump competition will be very crucial.
Very crucial here.
2,600 meters. That's a 14-minute 59-second pace, 14:59.
So we're about halfway through, Coach.
And Jose continues to dominate right now. Looks as if he's taking complete control of this race so far.
He's getting ready to lap some guys. It's like Jose is just picking up where we last saw him at this time last year.
And the women's high jump is beginning to heat up.
Janiyah Davis getting ready to attempt 5 feet 5 inches for Alabama State. Here's Davis on the right side of your screen. Oh!
She found herself being short. She was short actually because of her first acceleration step were very flat.
Yeah, I was looking like she definitely looks like she took off way before she was supposed to. In the meantime, Brianna Brown Marshall clears it easily for Florida A&M. 5 feet 5 inches. Hey, Coach, the best thing about Brianna Marshall's jump, too, those sunglasses never moved.
Yeah.
They never moved off her face. as Pearl Moss also clears for Grambling State. Let's take another look at Miss Moss.
Nice jump.
But yeah, when we come back around to Brianna Brown Marshall, Florida A&M, yeah, clearly we're going to take a look at her jump, but I want you to take a look at those glasses because they never moved off her face. And she was just so smooth with it. As Camille Lewis misses her first attempt at 5 feet 5 inches. Jose Gonzalez continues to dominate the field. Jamie Richardson now on the attempt for Grambling State with high jump.
Great job.
And Richardson clears it. She took off for as far as somebody that would be a sprinter does. But whatever works. Here comes Janiyah Davis of Alabama State, and Davis cannot clear it.
Still early. Still taking off too early. If she can just work on those first 2 steps.
Up next will be Camille Lewis from Southern University. Camille trying to clear 5 feet 5 inches. You see Lewis on your right and Jose Gonzalez of Texas Southern on your left, passing up his teammate. And Lewis cannot clear. Those heels caught it at the end. And Jose Gonzalez continues to dominate this field. For those curious, the SWAC record was set 2 years ago by Jamal Wolt. 14:56.07. The Crossplex record was set by Abdul Mahid Noor in 2022. 13:19.01. I'm not sure we're gonna see that.
No, he's not. Yeah, yeah. That last pass, he's seen the loss all of his rhythm. He really lost his rhythm in that last pass.
And as Jose Gonzalez starts to run in front of his home team on the far side, they are definitely behind him.
And then the winner's high jump, Davis from Alabama State, she ended up going out on her last attempt.
Camille Lewis of Southern University able to clear. Let's take a look at that. Nice. And, you know, I think sometimes our cameramen just don't realize how fast these young ladies are when they take off.
Exactly.
But as long as we get the finish, that's what matters. Here comes Jose Gonzalez. They're getting ready to ring the bell. Jose Gonzalez on the final stretch to get another gold medal and extend Texas Southern's lead on the men's overall rankings. Last year, Jose ran 15:02.43, Coach. Not sure he's going to – no, he's not going to get that.
Like I said, like on that pass, you know, his rhythm was completely shot after that.
And Jose Gonzalez wins the men's 5,000-meter run for the second year in a row.
Way to go. Excellent job.
And we've got a race for second. Christopher Corrier of Prairie View coming in second, 15:28.26. Kelvin Kipkimboy of Alcorn State coming in third at 15:28.37. All right, so back to the high jump now. Well, there was a look at your winner. That was Jose Gonzalez for the men's 5,000-meter run. All right, let's take a look back. Here's Brianna Brown Marshall. Take a look at those glasses. Watch, they never move as she clears it. Oh, with so much ease. Pearl Moss missing on her most recent attempt. But yes, Brianna Brown Marshall, not saying she's making it look easy, Coach, but considering the fact that she just stepped in.
Stepped in and very consistent.
Correct.
Very consistent.
Camille Lewis coming up now for Southern University. And Lewis cannot clear 5 feet 7 inches.
She has 2 more attempts.
Again, we are getting ready for the women's 4x400-meter relay. 15 events have been scored. I do believe the team standings are being scrolled on the Birmingham Crossplex scoreboard, the vision board.
Jamie Richardson coming up next for Grambling State. And Richardson is able to clear 5 feet 7 inches.
Richardson of Grambling, second attempt clearance, 1 meter 71, 5 feet 7¼ inches.
Now, Coach, taking a look at the profile of Brianna Brown Marshall. She's actually from Birmingham. And
Woodlawn High School.
Woodlawn High School.
For the women, after 15 events scored, our top 3 teams, Prairie View 94, Alabama State 101.
She spent her first 2 years on the collegiate level at Hines Community College over in Mississippi, and now she's in her second season with the Lady Rattlers.
And she was also an excellent triple jumper as well as in high school. And she also ran the 200 meters as well.
Back to the action here on the high jump for the women. Camille Lewis, Southern University, trying to clear 5'7", and she cannot do it.
Outstanding job. We understand what's happening.
That was her second miss, so she'll get one more chance. And as you take a look at it, the height was there.
Oh, yes.
Just sometimes it's just those small intangibles at the end.
Well, she has another attempt, so.
Correct.
Yes.
And we've seen a number of these student athletes advance thanks to a clearance of their final attempt. Pearl Moss coming up now for Grambling State. Now, Pearl has missed at this height twice.
She's taking a long attempt. Long approach.
And Pearl Moss cannot clear 5'7" for the third time.
So we have 2 young ladies that's left.
Here's Camille Lewis of Southern University. And she cannot clear. Red flag comes out. So with that last missed attempt, Camille Lewis will be out. All right, we will continue to have more action here inside the Crossplex, and we'll get you ready for the 4x4 meter, 100-meter relay. That'll be coming up next right here on SWAC Digital Network. And welcome back to the SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Back at the women's high jump, Birmingham native Brianna Brown Marshall taking off right now, coach, and clears it with ease.
It's a homegirl from Woodlawn High School, former Alabama State high jump and triple jump champion.
And being here inside the Crossplex and competing at Woodlawn High School, this is familiar territory to her with the Alabama High School Athletic Association's state championships also being held right here. And as she is at one of our coaches, taking a look at what she just did. Hopefully she was watching the good camera work being put on right here on the SWAC Digital Network. In the meantime, Jamie Richardson getting ready to attempt 5 feet 8 inches to see if she can clear and stay in the running and contest with Brianna Brown Marshall. She's already missed once from this attempt, or from this height, I should say.
She has a very aggressive approach.
And she cannot clear once again. So now it's just a matter of going back over with coaches and being like, what can I do to change to actually clear this height? Because the elevation is there, as we see, Coach.
Yeah, it's just that her last 3 steps, she didn't really have that elastic bounce to it. It was really flat.
Mm-hmm. So Jamie Richardson, she will have one more attempt at this height. Worst case scenario, Jamie Richardson will walk away with a silver medal.
Correct.
Coach going over things with her as you take a look at the pole that she will try to elevate over and really just continue her day here at the Track and Field Championships. And Coach Williams, I'm pretty sure you've had this conversation with student athletes so many times,
definitely.
walking them through.
Yeah, definitely. But it's basically what she's trying to let her see how she has to actually have her hips placed.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things I really see that she just don't have a lot of, that last 3 steps, she really don't have a lot of elasticity in her. And actually, her ankles are very flat.
And I mean, and she takes off relatively far.
Yeah.
Like, she's taking off from where the people who do triple jump start.
Well, we'll see how everything works out on this jump, but it's like using a fully inflated tire and a flat tire. Her last 3 steps were more like a flat tire, so if she can be a little bit more elastic, a little bit more bouncy.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
To stay in the running, this is Jamie Richardson of Grambling State for the Lady Tigers. And she could not clear it. So Jamie Richardson bows out at the height of 5 feet, 8 inches, or 1.75 meters. Coach, as we take a look at her takeoff, I thought she had good speed.
Yeah, she has good speed. It's just that last 3 steps. That one actually was a little better than the second attempt.
Mm-hmm. So, with that being said, Jamie Richardson will walk out with a silver medal behind Brianna Brown Marshall. The bigger question is now, if you're Brown Marshall, clearly you've taken the championship, but how far do you want you to raise the bar is the bigger question.
Well, one thing what she wants to do, she's in a comfortable position. So you do want to take advantage of these comfortable positions to get better jumps. Because your better jumps is the reason why you'll end up qualifying for nationals. So right now she's sitting like at number 32.
Mm-hmm.
So she do wants to move up. So.
Yeah, so the Birmingham native Brianna Brown Marshall are getting ready to attempt a new height coming up. 5 feet, 10.5 inches, Coach.
She's actually done this before in high school.
So nothing new. And Brianna Brown Marshall clears 5 feet, 10.5 inches on the first attempt.
And also in high school, she cleared it. She never had a high jump coach.
So now that she has some toolage,
Her high school didn't even have a high school high jumping mat.
that's not bad at all.
Yeah, so not bad at all.
In second place, with a height 10 feet 2.5 inches, 3.11 meters from Birdview, Soraya Burns. Soraya.
So the judges will now be raising the bar.
And your champion in the women's pole vault with a clearance of 10 feet 6.
We saw Soraya putting her warm-ups back on to kind of stay hot, even though she is the top thing going right now in the women's high jump. They're going to raise the bar. They're going to raise the bar to 6 feet even. So if I was standing right next to the bar, she clears this, she can basically clear my head.
Exactly.
We need our top 3 in the men's mile. Top 3. Please report to the award stand.
So right now she's actually standing. She's number 32 right now nationally. At 5'10", 0.75.
PA announcer just let us know that if she's able to clear this house, she will move into the top 25 in the nation. Number 21 to be exact.
Exactly.
So here comes Brown Marshall. Oh!
Now she actually jumped too soon. She should have probably taken her time.
She has the height. She has the height, and then once she goes back over to one of her assistant coaches, they're going to tell her it's there, just finish the product.
Yes, yeah. She needs to wait.
The other good thing, too, Coach, is that was her first miss of the entire day.
Oh, yes.
So it's not like she's under any sort of pressure. She knows, if anything right now, she knows that, okay, she's human, and she's got a chance to redeem herself if she wants to.
The only thing I see now is like her rhythm has changed so far. You know, before she had time to kind of sit and relax and wait on everybody,
yes,
put
sir.
her sweats back on. But now she's going back to back. So her rhythm has changed. So we'll see how she makes this adjustment with this change of rhythm.
And she's jumping on her time as well. It's not like she's waiting on a competitor to jump and then someone else goes in front of her. So clearly she has X amount of minutes that she can jump in between with these. So here comes Brown Marshall. She's up, and she's got it. 6 feet even for Brianna Brown Marshall of Florida A&M by way of Birmingham, Alabama. Yes, young lady, we see you. Brown Marshall.
She actually came down on the bar, so.
So with that completion of 6 feet even, Coach, she has now set a SWAC record. Congratulations to Brianna Brown Marshall. And looking at her face, she ain't done yet.
Oh, no. Because, the key is you want to get at least beyond the top 16. And so her next height will be 6 1/2 inch. Yeah, 6 1.5 inch.
So she's already got the gold medal. She's already got a SWAC record. Now she's just trying to add to it while she gains some national attention. The other cool thing, too, Coach, is the fact that we're still waiting for the men's and women's 4x400 meter relay to be ran. So because we are, all eyes are right now on Brianna Brown Marshall. Everybody's taking a look at this young lady who just set a SWAC record in the women's high jump. Only people that may not be paying attention are the 4x4 teams that are warming up, but I'm pretty sure they've looked over their shoulder and noticed a time or two at what she's been able to do. Six feet 1.5 inches coming up for Brianna Brown Marshall.
Okay, now she can go ahead and put her sweats on. Take about 5 minutes.
Right. And, and another good thing, too, because of the scenario that she's in, is the fact that no matter if you're from Bethune-Cookman or you're from Alabama A&M or Alabama State, I think everybody in here is just rooting for what she can do. Because this is that time where you realize, hey, we are all SWAC, and we're loving what you can do. Because there are a lot of these student athletes who are looking around and be like, hey, I was in the house when such and such did this.
She take her time, just.
She's number 21 in the nation.
Yes, with her clearing the most recent height that she did at 6 foot even, that brought her up to number 21 in the nation. Division I. That's no small feat in any way, shape, or form. So here's Brown Marshall getting ready to go for her second attempt at 6 feet. 6 feet 3.
Second attempt miss. One more attempt in this height. Let's believe.
All right, let me back that up, everyone.
She'll become number 11 in the nation. She's already number 21.
Yeah, she's already number 21. She has missed at this height now twice. And taking a look at what just happened there, it does look like she jumped a little early. Her coach is basically showing her that. So now you're just looking for the perfect combination. So, Coach, she cleared 6 feet. So right now, where are we at? Is it 6 3/4?
She's at 6 3/4. Right
Okay.
now. And then she clear this, and then she'll go to 6-3. But I still think she just should have just went and just put her sweats on, sit for a minute, and come back.
Yeah, because, I mean, you know how they say the court is in your hands? Well, the track is in her hands right now, because they're still not going to start this 4x400 meter relay until 4:20.
Yeah.
And they are clapping it up here inside of the Birmingham Crossplex for Brianna Brown-Marshall. And, oh, she was right there.
I think the hair got her that time. What you think?
As a possibility. The elevation was there. The height was there. As we go back to roll on our replay. All right, let's take a look back at the replay. The form is great. She's taking off. She is up there. She's over it. The back portion of her shin caught it. The back portion of her shin and hamstring caught the bar. You probably get a better look at it right here. She goes up. She is up there. As she's up there, look at the back portion of her calf. That's what took it down. Great camera work by our guys on the production staff. The back portion of her calf brought the bar down. But she was up there. So Brianna Brown-Marshall is your winner of the women's high jump, the Birmingham native, who is currently ranked now number 21 in the nation, and she was that close from going from number 21 to number 13 in the nation. Her calf muscle literally got caught at the end because she's over the bar, as you see.
So once
right
the knees can come up,
there.
That's where, yes.
Man, oh, man. But, Coach, I will say this. I think this is the perfect example of her showing not only her worth, but her also understanding what it takes to be the best, and now she can go to that next level and literally compete with probably some of the best in the nation while representing the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Because she actually had the opportunity of doing so, while she was in junior college. So, like I say, she was, she's always been like a 5'10", 6-foot jumper.
Now, I will say this too, because we're continuing to keep an eye on this. Her first place victory definitely helps Florida A&M extend their lead in the women's standings.
Oh, exactly. That actually probably won it for them.
In the meantime, we're going to go to the women's 4x400 meter relay. In lane 3 is Mississippi Valley. In lane 4, Bethune-Cookman. In lane 5 is Alcorn State. And in lane 6, it is Grambling.
Now Alcorn coming in with the fastest time in this section here.
After the first lap, it's Alcorn State taking the early lead. Last year it was Prairie View that took home the victory with a time of 3 minutes 46.59. It's Grambling now taking over first place. Lady Tigers on the first exchange, and it's good. Lady Tigers out in front. Bethune-Cookman is following them. And right after that, it'll be Alcorn State and Mississippi Valley. Grambling State out in front.
She's look good coming to the break.
We got Grambling State 1, Bethune-Cookman 2, Alcorn State 3, Mississippi Valley coming up the rear.
Good close, good close, good close.
Here comes the second exchange. And the exchange is made between Grambling State. Correctly for Bethune-Cookman, correctly for Alcorn State.
Get the baton, keep running. Good
And
job.
finally for Mississippi Valley. Grambling State out in front with the lead in the first heat. We have 2 heats. In the 4x4 100-meter relay. Actually, Coach, I read my notes wrong. Looks like we have 3 heats. Indeed we do. So
3 heats.
All right, here comes the final exchange. It's Grambling, it's Bethune-Cookman, it'll be Alcorn State, and then Mississippi Valley. And Grambling State cruising throughout this first heat. Of course, we're running against time.
And Grambling should run under 4 and 4 minutes. They're coming in this event for the time of 4:02. They should definitely better this time, at least by 5 seconds.
Coming down the final stretch, it'll be Grambling State that'll be the winner of this heat. And right behind Grambling State will be the Lady Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman. Alcorn State will finish 3rd. Mississippi Valley will round it out in 4th place.
So the time they beat is 3:54.74.
And that's the final leg of the heat as we take a look back at Grambling State. 3:54.74 is the time to beat at the moment. So coming up in section 2 of 3 heats for the women's 4x4 100-meter relay, it'll be Southern University, the Lady Jaguars in lane 3. In lane 4, it'll be the Lady Panthers of Prairie View A&M. In lane 5, the Lady Bulldogs of Alabama A&M. And in lane 6, the Lady Tigers of Jackson State.
In lane 5, Alabama A&M brings in the fastest time in this heat at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. Or that's to say 3:51.75 seconds.
Yes, sir. So Southern will start off with Shania Simon. Prairie View will start off with Jalen Smith. Alabama A&M starting off with Layla Gaynor. And Jackson State will start off with Callie Calicut. 9:30. Or at least that's the notes they were giving us prior. If you made a last-minute change, well, that's on the coach.
Yeah, well, we're off.
Yes, we are. Heat 2 of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Out in front, it appears that Alabama A&M has the upper hand as we come around the second curve.
Very competitive first leg. Very competitive first leg.
And Alabama A&M takes first after the first lap. Lady Bulldogs still out in front. Right behind them is Jackson State, with Southern and Prairie View coming up the rear. For Alabama A&M, this is Layla Gaynor, and Gaynor.
57 split the first leg.
Gaynor hands it off, and Alabama A&M is really, really trying to extend their lead now. This is Annalise Torian for Alabama A&M. Cruised through that first lap. Let's see if she can hold down the lead on the second portion of this lap. Coming on the backstretch is Prairie View. Prairie View making up ground. And that's Asia Harris handing the baton off. Prairie View now in the lead. But oh, it is tight. Prairie View, Alabama A&M, and Southern University. 1, 2, 3.
And Harris for Prairie View, that was a 55 split there.
8, 8, 5, 9, 3, 4. Zaria Richardson right now for Prairie View, rolling for them. Victoria Smith for Alabama A&M. It's tight coming down the back stretch, coach, as we get ready for the final baton handoff. Alabama A&M with the lead on the final handoff, followed by Prairie View, followed by Southern. It's a three-team race right now, coach, with the Lady Bulldogs out in front. But Southern University is making up ground.
Looks like Southern has momentum right now. But here comes Jackson State.
Southern University with the lead, passing up Alabama A&M. Final lap coming up. It's Lady Jags, Lady Bulldogs, Lady Tigers. And Prairie View is starting to make their move. It's Prairie View and Jackson State. Prairie View and Jackson State. Prairie View trying to hold off Jackson State. Can they do it? Yes, they can. Lady Panthers win the heat, followed by the Lady Tigers, Lady Bulldogs, and Lady Jags coming up at the end.
The time to beat is 3 minutes and 48.4 seconds.
Jasir Miller of Prairie View A&M holding it down for the Lady Panthers on the final leg of the lap. So, yes, Jasir Miller was trying her best to hold off Jaya Clayton from Jackson State, and she was able to do it. Miller crosses that finish line and realizes that, yes, we have done it, and now we have set the precedent for the top time as they get ready to go into the final.
The final. Time to beat is 3:48. We'll see what we have here.
.348.04 is that time, Coach. All right, coming up in the final heat of the women's 4x400 meter relay. In lane 3, it'll be the Lady Hornets of Alabama State. In lane 4, the Golden Lions of Arkansas Pine Bluff. In lane 5, it'll be the Lady Tigers of Texas Southern. And in lane 6, it'll be the Lady Rattlers of Florida A&M. Alabama State needs a great showing in this to win the SWAC Women's Championship. Florida A&M also needs a great showing in this, as these two teams are separated by a matter of a few points. Here we go, Coach.
Starting to open the leg, and the Florida A&M is out. Alabama State is actually using speed for their first leg. So what coaches want to do, he want to try to at least establish a pattern here early.
For Alabama State in lane 1, it is Quincy Penn.
First split at 25-5.
And Quincy Penn is leading the way for Alabama State in that first leg. And Penn trying to extend the lead now for the Lady Hornets. Right now it is Lady Hornets, Lady Rattlers, Lady Tigers of Texas Southern, followed by Arkansas Pine Bluff. Here's the first exchange, and the exchange is good. The exchange goes into the hands of Talia Wickett of Alabama State. Wickett showing off some wicked speed. We saw it earlier today. Now she's doing it on the relay side of things.
So right now the Hornets have complete control of this relay right now.
Rory Lowe is with the baton for Florida A&M. We saw what Lowe could do earlier in the day. Does she have enough kick to catch Wickett? We'll find out in just a second. But right now, Alabama State continues to have the lead, followed by Florida A&M, followed by Texas Southern.
State is going with more speed again on third leg.
And the exchange is good. Alabama State continues to lead. And Florida A&M is running Alabama State down. Coming around the way for Florida A&M, that is Lacey DeBoski. DeBoski was a favorite in several of her running events today, and now she's showing us why. But Alabama State still is in the running for it. DeBoski, though, trying to extend this lead. Oh, Alabama State may have stepped out of bounds off of the track.
Here we go.
Here's the final exchange into the hands of Florida A&M. Florida A&M still with the lead, Coach. But Alabama State's coming back.
She needs to sit right here. She needs to just sit.
And Alabama State now has the lead. This is Natika Robinson for Alabama State. But Florida A&M wants it. Look at that kick from the Lady Rattlers. All right, Coach, here it is. Down the final stretch. Florida A&M wins the heat, followed by Alabama State, Texas Southern, and Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Yes, like I said earlier, that ankle leg for Alabama State, she should have just sat on that first leg. She just should have just sat. Instead, she decided to go ahead and pass.
Alicia Douglas running the final leg for Florida A&M. Douglas runs down Robinson and gets the victory for the Lady Rattlers.
Great job.
And the Lady Rattlers are excited right off the track. Now, I am curious because on the leg prior, the Alabama State Lady Hornet did step off the track when she was running. So I'm interested to see how that's going to play itself out, Coach.
Well, I don't think it'll actually be an issue, really. I really don't think it'll be an issue. If I'm not mistaken, that runner only took, what, one step off?
I think it was, yeah, it was just one.
Yes. So it really didn't benefit the runner at all.
I mean, it was more of a one-step catch my balance, get
Right.
back on.
So it didn't, it didn't interfere with any other teams. With the men, we have 3 heats coming up.
Yes, sir. All right. In the meantime, as the men are getting ready, we do have your final times. Your champion is the Florida A&M Lady Rattlers, the team of Martinez, Lowe, Dabowski, and Douglas, 344.98. In second place, Alabama State, 345.72. That's the team of Penn, Wickett, Bush, and Robinson. In third place, Texas Southern, 346.42. The team of Roberts, Trammell, Brooks, and George. In fourth place, Prairie View, 348.04 with the team of Smith, Harris, Richardson, and Miller. In fifth place, Arkansas Pine Bluff, the team of Kimball, Plummer, Robinson, and Cope. And in sixth place, Jackson State with a time of 348.38, and that's the team of Calicut, Blair, Jackson, and Clayton. All right, so coming up for Heat 1 of 3, we're only going to have 3 teams participating. It'll be Grambling State in lane 4, Mississippi Valley State in Grambling State in lane 3, Mississippi Valley in lane 4, and Jackson State will be in lane 6. Lane 5 will be open. So, out the gun, Grambling State coming around the second curve with the lead. But Jackson State makes up for it. And right now, after the first lap, it's Mississippi Valley, Jackson State, Grambling State.
Mississippi Valley did very well by just taking the turn early.
So coming around the way for Mississippi Valley, that's Elijah Johnson. Johnson is able to hand it off, and Mississippi Valley has the lead after the first handoff.
The first split was 51.9 seconds.
Now Grambling State has regained the lead. This is James Brown, so we'll see how he can get down for Grambling State. And as soon as I say that, Jackson State takes the lead.
He takes the lead. He takes the break as we head to this last turn here.
Coming around the way for Jackson State is Jaquan Jackson, and Jackson is able to hand it off to his teammate cleanly. Jackson State now out in front, followed by Grambling, followed by Mississippi Valley State.
That last split was a 48.8.
For Jackson State right now in front, this is Zamari Kyer. Jackson State, Grambling State, Mississippi Valley, 1, 2, 3 right now in this first heat on the men's 4x400 meter relay. Everyone inside the Birmingham Crossplex is on their feet. Zamari Kyer running away from Grambling State.
It's a dead heat going to the last leg.
Demarian Rowan. And there's a clean exchange, and as soon as the exchange happens, Grambling State juts out to the lead. Exchange finalized for Mississippi Valley as well. So coming around the way is Grambling State with the lead. Tigers from North Louisiana leading the Tigers from Jackson, Mississippi.
Here we go.
And now the Tigers from Jackson, Mississippi putting on the speed. But can they hold on to it? And Jackson State will take home the victory in Heat 1 of the men's 4x400 meter relay. 3:21.96 is the time to beat, Coach.
Time to beat so far. We got 2 more heats coming.
Absolutely. As we prepare for the next heat in the men's 4x400 meter relay, I can give you an update on the women. Florida A&M, 122 points. Alabama State, 113 points. Prairie View, 100 points. Those are your top 3. And pending anything crazy that happens, Florida A&M will walk away with the women's championship here for the indoor track and field title. For the men, Texas Southern still has a commanding lead with 141 points. Prairie View with 81.5 points. Jackson State with 75. Arkansas Pine Bluff with 73. Alabama State with 65. All right, here's section 2 of 3 heats. In lane number 3, it'll be Alabama State, the Hornets. In lane 4, it'll be Alcorn State's Braves. In lane 5, it'll be Southern University's Jaguars. And in lane 6, it'll be the Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman.
And I must say this second heat will be a very, very competitive heat. This is one of those heats where you just say pick 'em. But right now, coming into this heat, right now, Southern comes in with the fastest time so far at 3:15.90.
And the gun is up. And we're off with Heat 2 of the men's 4x400 meter relay at the SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. You're watching everything live right here on the SWAC Digital Network. Coming around the way right now appears to be Alabama State, but don't count out Alcorn. Alabama State, Alcorn State, neck and neck as we come around the first lap. For Alabama State, this is Jamarian Stubbs. Stubbs hands off to his teammate successfully. It's Alabama State, it's Southern, it's Alcorn, And it is Bethune-Cookman, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now Southern University has taken the lead. Southern University's Clydeterius Thompson with the lead momentarily, but Alabama State has wrestled that lead right back. Alabama State beginning to now open up this lead. Thompson is starting to run out of gas for Southern, which will give way for Alcorn State to possibly come up on the backside. Here comes Alabama State. Is the second exchange, is it clean? Yes, it is.
Clean exchange. I won't be surprised if the event winner comes out of this second heat.
It's a good possibility, Coach. These guys are running fast times right now. Alabama State with the lead. Southern trying to make up for it. Coming around the way for Alabama State. First lap is done in the third leg. For Alabama State right now, this is Vaughn Devon III, and he'll hand it off successfully to his teammate. Alabama State still out in front. Southern trying to catch him.
Nice, good first turn. Excellent first turn.
Running against the clock right now for Alabama State. This is Daquan Tate. But Southern is closing the gap, Coach. I just don't know if there's going to be enough time to do so. We'll find out in this last stretch. Alabama State still with the lead.
He's coming strong.
But here comes Southern. Jaguars trying to run them down. There's a few more meters. The Jags will not get them. Alabama State gets the victory in the heat by that much.
Not that much. Gave up the body.
.313 even for Alabama State. 3:13:01 for Southern. It doesn't get any closer than this. Alabama State just gets it.
Yes, give up the body.
Another 10 meters or so, this is probably a different situation.
Oh, yes.
But Alabama State does get the victory thanks to that young man right there. And that is Daquan Tate of Alabama State. He edges out Southern University's DeAnthony Nervis. .313 even is the time to beat, Coach, as we get ready to go into the final heat. And you did say there's a possibility the winner may have come from that second heat. So
strong possibility. But however, Arkansas Pine Bluff looks really, really good coming into this last heat. We will actually see, but they're coming in at least at 3:13:47. That's their PR right now for this day.
On the track now for Heat 3, Alabama A&M in Lane 3, Prairie View in Lane 4, Arkansas Pine Bluff in Lane 5, and in Lane 6, it'll be Florida A&M. 7:42. And once again, this is by far everyone's favorite event. No one is sitting down. What? So if you're in this final heat and you're Alabama A&M, Prairie View, Arkansas Pine Bluff, Florida A&M, not only do you have to really run your race, you have to run better than your race after what we just saw.
This will be a very competitive heat.
And also, let's think about this, too. It was 0.1 seconds that separated the first and second place teams in the heat just now. So, you know, you got to try to better yourself than not one but two teams. And that can make the difference between first and, like, third, Coach. Out in front right now.
It's actually Prairie View right now being very aggressive, but here comes Florida A&M coming off the hill.
Yes, sir, for Florida A&M. That is Norman McQuanda for the Rattlers. He's got them in the lead. Right behind him is Prairie View A&M, followed by Alabama A&M and Arkansas Pine Bluff coming up the rear. But Pine Bluff is starting to get a little kick. Bryce McFadden has the stick for Florida A&M, and clean exchanges all around, even though Alabama A&M's first leg takes a tumble, but he's all right.
There's Prairie View.
Prairie View now out in front, but not by much. It's all in a pack right now, Coach. For Prairie View, that's Clayton Terry, the senior Panther. Would love nothing more than to go out, finish his career as a champion. But just as I say that, it's Arkansas Pine Bluff that takes the lead.
And Florida A&M seems to be coming back.
Correct. For Arkansas Pine Bluff, this is Jared Sylvester. But right behind him is Florida A&M, and the exchanges are clean. Pine Bluff with the lead, followed by the Rattlers, followed by the Bulldogs, and up the rear will be Prairie View. So right now, Golden Lions and Rattlers, 1 and 2. And trying to take the lead for Florida A&M is William Shelton, and Shelton does it. Shelton now with the lead for Florida A&M. But the Golden Lions are not giving up in any way, shape, or form.
All right, TJ.
Coming around the outside for Arkansas Pine Bluff is Ross Walround. And there's an exchange. Oh, it was close. But that allows Arkansas Pine Bluff to take the lead on the final exchange. But, oh, look at Florida A&M. Florida A&M coming around the way for the Rattlers is Kendrick Winfield.
And here we go.
Yes, we do. Final lap. Rattlers on top. Winfield trying to hold off Arkansas Pine Bluff.
13 seconds to make it. 13 seconds to go. Can they make it?
Samori trying to catch Winfield, but Winfield's going to win it for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Excuse me, for Florida A&M. And unofficially, Florida A&M with 3:14. If this stands, that means that Alabama State will win the men's 4x400 meter relay out of the second heat, with Southern coming in second. Coach, as we take a look here, it was Winfield with the lead, but right on his tail was Muhammad Samori. And Samori looks like he just ran out of gas as Winfield accelerated over those last 20 meters to get the victory in the heat.
Yep. Yeah, as you see, your first and second team came out of heat 2. Either in heat 1, heat 2, or heat 3. You still have to compete.
Absolutely.
Still have to compete. One thing about the 4x4, it's never given to you.
No, sir, it is not. So waiting for the officials, but right now we can tell you that Alabama State had the best time with now 3:12.99. Southern with 3:13 even. Alcorn State. Well, hold on. Let's backtrack this. Florida A&M had 314-14. Pine Bluff had 314-37. All right, we'll sort all this out in just a second. And there it is. And as we sort all that out, too, let's take a look at the men's team rankings. Texas Southern still out in front with a commanding lead, 141. Prairie View, 81.5. Jackson State, 75. Arkansas Pine Bluff, 73. Alabama State with 55 points. And Florida A&M coming through with 46 points. Those are the men. Let's take a look at the women. And if this is final, Florida A&M will have come in here, strike, and struck again to get a championship, outlasting Alabama State with their 122 to 113 points over Coach Richie Bean and the Alabama State Hornets. Followed by Prairie View with 100 points, Southern University with 73, Arkansas Pine Bluff with 56.5, and Grambling rounding things up with 53 points on the women's side. So those are the results of the overall team standings. Let's give you the final results of the men's 4x400 meter relay. In first place, it was Alabama State with an official time now of 3 minutes and 13 seconds even. That's the team of Stubbs, Mills, Devon III, and Tate. In second place, Southern University, 3 minutes, 13.01 seconds. That's how close it was. The team of Thompson, Taylor, and Nervis. Florida A&M checking in at third with 314.14. That's the team of Mwanda, Dawkins, Shelton, and Winfield. Arkansas Pine Bluff checking in at fourth, 314.37 with Sylvester, Walround, Samari, and Pierre. Prairie View coming in at fifth place with McFadden, Terry, Knight, and Derrick at 315.03. And in sixth place, Alcorn State with 316.89. The team of Forrest, Robinson, Holloway, and White. So, Coach, you called it. Not only was the winner, but the runner-up coming from Heat 2.
Exactly.
Clearly, because you called it, you're not surprised. But
yeah,
how surprising is that in most cases? Because, you know, you usually get your better.
Well, all of the times look very, very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
All the times look very, very competitive. One thing that really pushed Alabama State was actually Southern brought a lot of pressure. They brought a lot of pressure. Maybe if Southern didn't bring that pressure, Alabama State probably would have run about 314.
Mm-hmm.
But Southern just brought some major pressure.
Absolutely. So once again, another exciting time here at the SWAC men's and women's indoor track meet. What we'll do is we're going to take our final break and we'll come back to wrap up today's event. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the Birmingham Crossplex alongside Coach TJ Williams. I'm Mo Carter, and you're taking a look at the award stand now as several of the individual awards continue to be handed out to the respective student athletes from today. Of course, we've had an exciting day of action. Coach and I are actually still trying to rack our brains as far as who will probably be the MVPs. I think it's a no-brainer for the men that Jose Gonzalez of Texas Southern will be it. But for the women, Coach, it's a toss-up. It could be a number of young ladies.
Yes, really is. Young lady from Alcorn State did a great job today. Great job in the women's mile as well as the 5,000. It's really tough. Shamil Jones, she did her normal, carrying the Alabama State University women's track team on her shoulders. Had a great outcome with Brianna Marshall doing what she did within the high jump. So it's a toss-up, really.
Absolutely. It definitely is a toss-up. But, we'll find out in just a second. And we mentioned Gonzalez. There he is, receiving his medal. Well, one of his medals for the great long-distance runs. But I'm definitely with you, Gallegos from Alcorn State, I think has a good shot after she won the women's 3,000 and the 5,000 today. Because it wasn't like a situation where we had, the sprinters be the same person.
Correct.
Like the sprinter love was spread out today. It really, really was. So we'll definitely have to, continue to see how that all plays out. But, Coach, I'll tell you this, too. After doing this for a couple of years with you, it felt good to actually have the normal races go, in which we had every heat be a final heat compared to everybody running against time. And I think the student athletes probably enjoyed that more than anything today compared to what they've had to deal with the last 2 years.
And one thing this year was very, very competitive. That's the thing I like about the SWAC, is always competitive every year. You never have a team that just runs away with the field.
Mm-hmm.
Every year is always competitive. So, and that really shows the balance of the conference as well.
Absolutely. Speaking of young ladies, here's Brianna Brown Marshall, the winner of the high jump today. She's a Birmingham native for Florida A&M. Set a SWAC record as well, and with her clearance of 6 feet, she moved to the number 21 spot in the nation. Coach, you've been able to see her work on the high school level. How far do you think this young lady could go on the NCAA level?
She could really go really, really far, and it's really good to see such athletes that come out of the city that choose to attend an HBCU. That's awesome. And I really applaud her for choosing Florida A&M University.
Yes, sir. So, as we mentioned, she'll definitely be making her way over to the national championships this year. And who's to say that she won't be able to improve on her jumping ability and jumping? We saw it happen today.
Exactly.
She stepped in very, very late and was like, I got this. I got this. So it'll be very interesting to see what she can do on the next stage of the NCAA indoor track and field circuit. And then afterwards, you head over to outdoor, and I'm pretty sure she'll be okay with outdoor too.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to outdoor. I think outdoors will be very, very competitive, as well as, indoors. Last year, it was just outstanding. Last year outdoors, the weather was much better. The year before, it was really, really just bone-quenching hot. But, however, it was a lot better this past year. So, once again, getting ready for outdoors. Some SWAC will be ready to perform as always. Last year we had the Alabama State University men's sprint team do their thing. They continue as they took that relay team on to the NCAAs.
Yes, sir, you did. You're taking a look at the winners of the 800 meter. Well, the medalist for the 800 meter in men's. Kabiba Mills of Alabama State was your winner. And not only did Mills win a race, he ran over to his teammate and helped carry him off of the playing surface following an injury he had there. So, you get the extra cool points and the brownie points for that as well because, hey, it's all about community and team and gamesmanship too.
Definitely. And, even though he had a chance to kind of peek out of the left side of the glass and the right side of the glass coming home, he made up for us taking care of his brother. As they say, he's not heavy. He's my brother. So.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And, of course, more people are just fixated on that stage. And, of course, that stage is the place that everybody's trying to pay attention to, because that's the spot that you get all your medals and all your trophies and everything else. It's always a good time that you can always turn around and you can just, enjoy yourself. Talk to people about what it's going to be like moving forward. And I think the best feeling in the world is if you're a team and you get that championship trophy from the commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan, who you see right here in the bottom left hand of your screen. 60-meter dash champion now. Jamarian Stubbs of Alabama State receiving his gold medal.
He had an excellent meet too as well. He really
Absolutely.
did. He really produced in that 4x4. He opened that thing up that first leg. So like I say, if you're a sprinter, you can sprint 100 meters, you can sprint 200 meters, you can sprint 400 meters. It's all about speed.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, certainly is. So, Coach, overall, what do you think about today's competition? And, of course, you were here yesterday, so you can kind of give the assessment of what you've seen throughout the weekend.
Very productive. Like I say, a lot more balance. As we see, you notice Texas Southern men rose to the occasion. That's really awesome. So as you see that the conference is not just one dominating team. One year you may have Jackson stepping up like they did last year. This year you had Texas Southern. But Alabama State is always going to be Alabama State.
Correct.
For the past couple of years, Alabama State has always been consistent. And the one thing with Alabama State, they will always have their commitment towards men's as well as women's track and field, cross country, whether the track is indoors or outdoors. Alabama State will always step up. But as the entire conference, it's really a lot of strength, a lot of balance, especially when you brought in Bethune-Cookman as well as Florida A&M.
Mm-hmm.
Florida A&M really brought in the fire this year, so we really congratulate them.
Certainly, yeah. I'm definitely impressed with the performances today by Florida A&M just in general, especially on the women's side, with them coming in and getting a championship. Not saying that Florida A&M has not been good in track and field through the years, but they're still a newcomer to this conference.
Oh, yeah.
So, you see football win the championship back in the fall, go to the Celebration Bowl, win that championship, and now the women's track and field team comes in here and wins a hard-fought championship over Alabama State, the team that has kind of run the SWAC for a number of years. I don't even want to get into how many rings Coach Richie Bean has down there in Montgomery. But, the fact that, they came through and they were able to do well, and they're going to be taking home a trophy to the city of Tallahassee. So I think, overall, I thought they did quite well. And I think this is the showing as a whole for the entire conference. A lot more parity you're starting to see, because when you go back and you look at, some of these scores or whatever, there's a lot of tight scores, between 2 and 6 and 7, roughly. If you think about this, like if this goes this way for one team or this goes this way for another team, it could be a completely different story. But, yeah, track and field, once again, showing out today, and the city of Birmingham is definitely got to be happy about the performances that we're seeing today by the student athletes who represent the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Yeah, and definitely the performance of Marshall Brown in high jump really shows a lot for the conference, what the conference has to offer overall for the NCAA Division I track and field. Like I said, I'm really looking forward for outdoors.
Absolutely. Of course, outdoors will take place in the month of May. I know you'll be excited to see about that, but there's still a long line of championships that need to be won and awarded within the SWAC, and this is just the recent one coming up in a few weeks. Right down the road in downtown Birmingham at Bartow Arena, a SWAC champion will be crowned in men's and women's basketball with an opportunity to go to the NCAA men's tournament or the women's tournament. I just had to say men's first because the commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan, who you see right here on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen wearing the red and white pullover jacket windbreaker, is in charge of the NCAA men's basketball tournament as far as being the chairman. So exciting times as well.
And I'd really like to give a shout out to the city of Birmingham as well for hosting the Southwest Athletic Conference and also having a venue here that is always in excellence. The performance is always in excellence. They have been here at the Crossplex. They have had championships meet every day since within the past 2 weeks.
Correct.
And
wrestling, basketball, track, basketball again tomorrow. They'll have the state championship for basketball the week after next.
Exactly. You had the Alabama State High School track championships. Then you end up having the Division II colleges as well as Division I colleges track conference championships as well. So,
yes, sir. So with that being said, we want to thank you for joining us today for the 2024 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the Birmingham Crossplex. For the coach, TJ Williams, I'm Mo Carter. We want to thank you for joining us here on the SWAC Digital Network. Big shout out to James Crenshaw and his production staff for teaming up with us for them to actually show you how well things are being done here inside the Crossplex and showing you all the championships and all the different camera angles and everything that literally was going on, because more champions were crowned today and more legacies will continue because of those championships. So once again, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to sign off. The broadcast will continue with more medals being handed out, and then later on you'll get the team championship awards at the end of the broadcast. Have a great weekend. Be safe, and we'll see you next time.
We're almost there. Thank you for your patience. Against Redbird about the 2024 Southwestern Athletic Conference SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championship.
Hey, girl. All right, now, these cameras still alive. You've been over here this whole time.
I do believe we are ready for the women's 4x400 meter relay. Your attention, please. It's time now for our top three in the women's 4x400 meter relay. Finishing in third place with a time 3:46.42. How about a big clap for Texas Southern University? Roberts, Trammell, Brooks, and George. In second place with a time 3:45.72. How about the team from Alabama State University? And Wicked, Bush, and Robinson. And your champions in the women's 4x4 400-meter relay with a time of 3:44.98. Once again, how about a big clap for Florida A&M, Martinez, Lowell, Lemoski, and Douglas. Our top 3 teams in the women's 4x400-meter relay. Outstanding. And let's get ready now for the men's 4x400-meter relay. Our top 3 teams. Finishing in 3rd place with a time 3:14.14. Let's hear it for Florida A&M University. Oh, come on, we are too quiet. In 2nd place, they had a time of 3:13.01. Let's hear it for Southern University. And your champion in the men's 4x400-meter relay with a time of 3:13 flat. Let's hear it for Alabama State University. For the women's distance medley relay, that competition held on yesterday. Our team from Alabama A&M, they were 3rd at 12 minutes 48.65 seconds. In 2nd place, with a time of 12 minutes 42.96 seconds, let's hear it for Alabama State. Alabama State finishing 2nd in the women's distance medley relay. And your champions in the women's distance medley relay with a time 12:35.79 seconds. Let's hear it for Florida A&M University. The Southwestern Athletic Conference would like to thank you for your support of the 2024 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships. We commend all of our student athletes, coaches, support staff, and administrators for their efforts at this event. The SWAC would also like to thank the following sponsors for their support: Pepsi, General Motors, Academy Sports and Outdoors, Nike, Cricket, Google, Home Depot, and the City of Birmingham. Now please, give us your attention for the post-championship award ceremony. Here to present the award, SWAC Commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan. How about a big clap? We can do better than that. And first up, the 2024 SWAC Women's Indoor Track Field Most Outstanding Field Performer. We do have a tie. The co-recipients. First, Lillian Dudley of Jackson State University. Outstanding, Lillian Dudley, shot put, and the weight throw, scoring 13 points. Now we have to bring up Laura Nehart of Southern University, scoring in the weight throw and the shot put. We had a tie. There she is. Laura Nehart, both scoring 13 points. Lillian Dudley, the shot put, your champion. And weight throw, earning 3 points. Laura Nehart, the weight throw second, and the shot put. co-recipients. Outstanding. How about a big clap there? They're talking about it. It'll come your way. There's the director of championships. And now, your attention back please to Dr. Charles McCullen as we award the 2024 SWAC Women's Indoor Track and Field Most Outstanding Track Performer. And that award goes to Shamaya Jones of Alabama State. Winning the mile, scoring in the 3,000, the 5,000, the 800, and the distance medley relay, she earned 30 points. Clap for Alabama State University. Alabama State finishing second in the women's team standings. Alabama State University finishing second in the women's team standings with 113 points. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Champions with a point total of 122 points. The award goes to Florida A&M University, your champions. And there he is, Dr. Charles McCullen. And Commissioner Dr. Charles McCullen.
I'm sorry, man.
I figured we don't walk.
And now, the 2024 SWAC Men's Indoor Track and Field Most Outstanding Track Performer. That will go to Texas Southern University's Jose Gonzalez, the winner of the 3,000, the winner of the 5,000, the winner of the mile, and team member of the winning team of the mile, and team member of the winning team for the distance medley relay. He scored 32.50 points, Jose Gonzalez. And now, ladies and gentlemen,